Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another eBay game hunting. Loop 8. I'm actually curious to see what people pay for this. The game had a lot of potential. It was just not very good. Pretty sure this is one of those collector's editions that went on sale big time during like Black Friday the year this game came out. Yeah, Loop 8 eventually should be $8. Hello, Kaiju. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Decay on Logos is free on PSN of Portugal. I actually bought that game about 2 years ago. Just haven't gotten around to playing it yet. It looked pretty decent. If you play it, let me know how it is. A cup of coffee sticker. Well, I don't have coffee, but we got water, protein. This is one of my songs on my workout playlist, funny enough, but not this version, the original version. It's a pretty cool version of the song, though. No, this is Outrun. See what it goes for. I'm gonna say someone snipes it for $15. Maybe not. I don't think this is even snipeable. I think most people just leave it. Ooh, that's sniped for $17.50. As of right now, I'm not doing any new none, but hopefully with the renewed energy I'm getting, I'll have more energy for podcasts again sometime. Or at least some form of content like that. This looks like a pretty good deal if you're in Canada. Pretty sure Greatest Hits Die Hard Trilogy, even Greatest Hits is like still a $20 game. Soul Reaver Black Label has come down a bit these days, especially with that remaster. But I still think that's like a $25, $30. $40 if it's absolutely mint game. I'll link the store. Is my eBay link international? What country do you need the link for? Taiwan. Ooh. I definitely don't have a Taiwan link. I will try my best to see if I'm able to make that for next eBay stream. I have to custom make them by country. I'll see if that's an option for me. I wish there was one that just worked for everything, but unfortunately there isn't. I like this remix. Ice Furno is the remixer. Especially if it's just such a timeless song. Even on a down tempo, it's still legendary. Hello, Denyo. Hello, Crumb. So I did a refresh there because if I would have went to the next page, all of these listings here, I would not have seen them. If you sit on one page for a while, it's better to just refresh that page rather than go to the next one. Hello, Pardeep. Would I choose Indian or Chinese food? Well, Americanized Chinese food is kind of garbage. It's not really Chinese food, it's like... Especially if you don't go to a good place. It's actually very, very difficult to find a good Chinese takeout place in the US. Unless you're in like Chinatown or something in New York City. You're mostly getting Americanized Chinese food. Which also tends to be very high in oils and sodium and all that stuff. So I would definitely choose a good Indian place. The only thing I'm able to get at a Chinese place now is I get the steamed dishes, which is literally just the protein with like usually like broccoli or something or vegetables. Just steamed, there's no sauce. Sauce on the side. Yeah, that is it. With brown rice. Hello, Noah. Hello, Boat Ladder. Did I watch any games done quick this year? I have not watched any games done quick in about 3 years. Hello, man, dude. Happy New Year. You can get steamed dishes. Yeah, usually on their menus they'll have something called like healthy option or you know, something along those lines. It's usually a very small menu. You're usually limited to just like shrimp and chicken and tofu. You finally started playing Breath of the Wild on Switch 2. The Switch 2 version looks really good. It's one of the things I hope to get around to one of these days. You platinum Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma today. I respect any of the hard games getting a platinum in those. Sure, it pays off, right? Like, I don't have that desire to hunt platinums, but I'm sure once you get that platinum, it's worth it. Hello, Quick Blue. Oh, thank you, Ollie. You're looking for a cheery game that'll make you feel catharsis. So what consoles are you playing right now? What would be like your go-to console? I have played Blood Will Tell. I played that 2 years ago, maybe? It was a great game. Really great game. Is it worth the price? Probably not, but it's a good action game. Playing any console up to N64. Well, I think if you haven't played Klonoa Door to Phantom Isle yet on PS1, that's a pretty bright and cheery game. Well, I mean, then again, it does have some pretty sad cutscenes, but the game itself overall is pretty bright and cheery. And then you can follow it up with Klonoa 2, which is just as bright and cheery. Also something to kind of like just zen you out and get you just disconnected from everything is playing Rez. Put some headphones on and play Rez. I guess if you're playing up to N64, just do like... You can do the Dreamcast version, but then again, I guess you wouldn't have that on there if you're up to N64. So yeah, I guess your option would be Klonoa for PS1. Since you don't have PS2 stuff. Guitar Man. Well, once again, another PS2 game. It's a little hard to think of like a super bright and cheery game that is on an older console. Because a lot of the ones that'll really lift you up are going to be a little bit past N64. Hello, Lumusk. Is Klonoa a good choice to play with your 4-year-old son? If he's just watching, well, if you want him to play, the first level is really good. Like if you're actually like wanting to give him the controller, the first level is very doable for a 4-year-old. Game gets a lot more challenging after that. But for him to watch, yes, he would probably like it. Little Billy made this a customized black cart for Renegade with the black magic marker. It actually looks pretty cool to, you know, considering the rest of the label's completely torn off, kind of adds some personality to it. Looks like it's been through some things. What console brings me the most nostalgia? Probably the N64. Because N64 was peak, like, multiplayer, playing with friends and family and stuff like that. So anytime you look at that console, you always remember the memories of playing with others. Did I see the Godzilla Sonic Rumble collab? I did see that they did something with that, yes. It's a very random collab, for sure. Hello, Kevin. Any other games to play together? 4 years old would be pretty... That would be way too hard to play something like Adventures of Cookie and Cream. Doesn't Mario Galaxy... You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't Mario Galaxy, either 1 or 2, have like very subtle co-op where like the second player can use a second Wii remote to collect things on the screen for the main player? That might be pretty cool for a 4-year-old. Yeah, it's got little brother mode. Yeah, you should check out... Is it just the first one or the second, or is it both? Oh look, speak of the devil. There's Klonoa. I do not have a complete Sega CD collection. But my Sega CD collection's pretty much curated, so there's no filler. Both do it, yeah. So Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 would be good. Sonic 2, they can play as Tails. Oh, interesting, yeah. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, Sonic 2, your kid can play as Tails, and it doesn't matter if Tails dies over and over. You're hearing a reverb or some kind of double mic sound. You shouldn't be. I've just got the one mic. I don't know if that's a thing on my end. Smash Brothers. Smash Brothers could be approachable, yeah. Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, GoldenEye. Yeah, I'd say Smash Brothers would be a good one. Because even if you're just mashing buttons, stuff is happening in that game. And I have not played Divinity Original Sin 1 or 2. Have I seen the new game called Code Violet? I have seen it. I am aware of all the drama with that game. It is a game, like, it's technically survival horror, so I'm not really supposed to play it before October, but... Man, those are some weird developers. I've been following stuff with that game. I'm not sure I want to support it, especially at full price. Do I have a complete set for any of the consoles? I have a complete 32X North American and complete in box set. Complete Vectrex set if you don't include the 3D Imager and Light Pen games. Complete US in-box Virtual Boy set. I think I might have a complete Gizmondo set. No, actually, no, I'm missing a couple of games from that. I think that's it. I'm also halfway to a complete North American and complete in-box Game Boy Color set, which is probably like my next closest thing. But I have been on hiatus from that for a couple years now. I pretty much went really hard on it while I knew that people were sleeping on Game Boy Color. The prices were abnormally cheap. So I tried to get as much out of the way as I could while it made sense. Unfortunately, Game Boy Color is not as cheap as it once was. But I collected during the right time. This is one of the hardest. Well, not hardest. It's one of the harder 32X games to get complete in box. There's another baseball game that's even more difficult than this one. This was actually, believe it or not, of all the 32X games, this was the last one I needed to complete my collection. RBI Baseball. When I bought it, it was like 40 bucks. 50 bucks, it was way cheaper. Or actually, I might be thinking of the other baseball game now that I think about it. Yeah, because I think Bovine helped me actually get this one. Yeah, the World Series baseball game is the one that I paid like $70 for. Around when it was like worth 100, 120. Now it's worth way more. I don't know what it goes for now. That's when I got my 32X as a kid, when they were clearancing them out for like $20. I'm pretty sure that's when everybody got their 32X. If you didn't buy a 32X at that point, you probably just never got one. This could end at a pretty decent price. It's normally like 50 to 60. I still have not played Dragon Seeds. I've had it for so long, I haven't gotten around to it yet. Some kind of Monster Rancher game with dragons or something. I'm sure it's wonderful. They've got several PS1 games on auction. This is a pretty good price. Rampage Through Time is actually pretty hard to find complete in box. Terrible, terrible game. It's one of the worst PS1 games I've ever played. When I bought it, it was like a $40 game, so I'm pretty sure it's probably still worth around that. They got some good stuff. All of it is ending tonight. This is a only a $40, $50 game. This Touring Cars Toka 2 game, pretty hard to get. Codemasters game. Codemasters is just one of those developers. You see they make a game, you know it's going to be good. I'll link you guys to seller. I have no graded games now. If you're going to platinum Eco, you got to practically speedrun that game. Which can be a little challenging. Getting the platinum in Eco is not the easiest. You got to put in some time to beat that game in under 2 hours. You definitely got to watch a guide, that's for sure. You could watch my speedrun, but you're better off just watching a guide because my speedrun is going to do some crazy stuff that you don't have to do. So I would just watch a platinum guide on that. If you're going for a complete in box 3DO collection, it's pretty much impossible because Dino Park Tycoon will always elude you. Many years ago, like 15 years ago, I was attempting to go for a complete 3DO collection back when no one cared about 3DO. But because even back then, Dino Park Tycoon was elusive. You could not get it. It popped up once, went for a few $1,000s. At the time, I think it went for like 3,000, and that was unheard of. No game. You wouldn't even think of putting in a bid amount for $3,000 on a video game at that time. It was just unrealistic. I think in the entire time that I've been collecting games, I've seen a complete in-box copy of that on sale on eBay maybe 2, potentially 3 times. So, yeah. Complete in-box 3DO collection, not possible. And I think the last time it was up for sale, people wanted like 20 or 30 grand for it, or something stupid. Like, I don't, whatever the price was, I'm like, yeah, that's not happening. Favorite type of sports game? I don't know, I guess the ones I've had the most fun with over the years would be tennis and basketball, maybe? If we're not talking extreme sports. Wait, how are there only 3 pages? Oh, I'm still looking through the seller's store. I thought I was scrolling like the normal listings. Whoops. Shantae will be the hardest one to get. Pretty much, I'm just saving that one for the end, right? Like, if you're gonna finish the collection with that game, it would feel suiting. Because at that point, if you're one game away from finishing Game Boy Color, you know you're committed to it, so then it makes sense to get that game. Just have to pull some magic to make it happen. I'd probably have to let go of some things to make that game possible. Vita collecting? I wouldn't collect for the Vita unless you're really into like RPGs and Japanese anime games and stuff like that. That definitely became a specialist console as the years went on in terms of like focusing on certain genres way more than others. If you like dungeon crawlers, RPGs, and like anime style games, that's the console for you then. But if you're just collecting anything and everything just for the hell of it, you're going to get a lot of stuff you're probably not going to be interested in otherwise. Wait, there's bids on this. Dora Rainforest. What kind of title is this? Elf on a Shelf, Dora. Oh, the game's name actually is Dora Rainforest Rescue. Barbie Horse Trails. TMNT something or other. Can't read it. Splintered Fate. And a second copy of this. It's actually got way more bids than you'd imagine. Alright, I gotta catch up on chat. Hold on. Favorite Pokemon game? Well, the nostalgic answer would be Pokemon Red and Blue, or Yellow, for that matter. But currently, these days, I recently really liked my Scarlet and Violet playthrough on the Switch too. That was one of the most enjoyable Pokemon playthroughs I've had. Not to say it's my favorite Pokemon, but like, in terms of what I played recently, that was definitely my best experience. I don't have an overdose of nostalgia from constantly looking at old games. I guess the easiest answer is I don't constantly look at them. Typically, as soon as I'm done streaming games or something, I get outside or go to bed. But yes, the easiest answer is to not stare at them all the time. Best 3DO games? I think Road Rash on 3DO is probably one of the most universally loved 3DO games. It's hard to go wrong with that version. Used to be stuff like Killing Time, but that got a decent port now. Believe it or not, Street Fighter 2 Turbo used to be considered, and this is just a fun fact if nobody knew this, but before Street Fighter 2 started getting a lot more ports and revisions now, the 3DO version was actually known as the definitive version of Street Fighter 2. I don't know what eventual version kind of like eclipsed it, but for collectors back then and fans of Street Fighter 2, that was the version to have. Other than that, I'd recommend stuff like Guardian War is great, Lucian's Quest. It's just a lot of obscure stuff on 3DO. There's not many like super standout games on that console. It's just they all kind of meld together. Check the price of Deadliest Warriors. That sounds like it would probably be pretty cheap, gonna be honest. I don't know. $15 on Xbox. 15 to 20. PS3 versions, as they typically send, this is why I checked both. PS3 looks like it's about $30, $35. Doesn't mean it's a better version or anything, it's how it goes with PS3 sometimes. And admittedly, it's probably the worst performing version of the game, if I had to imagine. Hello, Everyday Ninja. How big is my Master System collection? It's pretty big because, believe it or not, when I first got into collecting, like being like, wow, there's other people out there like me that hold on to all their games. So we're talking back in like 1999, 2000. That was one of the first consoles where I said, I'm going to go for a complete collection of this thing. because nobody cared about Master System. The console was so easy to collect for. Dime a dozen for the games on eBay. The most expensive game at the time was like maybe $80 to $100. Which, keep in mind, to put things into perspective for you, Panzer Dragoon Saga around this time was also a $1 to $150 game, complete in box. So a Master System game costing around that same price was kind of like crazy for its time. So I have a pretty big Master System collection just because I collected for it for the fun of it back then, because it was crazy cheap to collect for. Nobody wanted it. Everybody wanted Genesis. Nobody wanted Master System. So I don't know how many games I have for it. I don't know. But it's a good amount. That's the crazy thing with me. Like, I'm usually everybody always probably wonders, like, man, why not just like count how many games you have? It's because it's never been about the numbers for me. I just collect what I want. I don't care. It's not a numbers thing, right? It's not a competition. The only reason I count Game Boy Color is because I have to know like where I am towards hitting my goal. But all my other consoles, it's like I have no idea. And even in the past, whenever I tried counting, I never keep up with it. Because I'd get a few more games, and then like I would forget to put them in the list, and then the list would be outdated, and it's like, alright, forget that. Just go off of memory. What I have. Which has its challenges. Finally picked up that Wizardry Saga game. Oh, for the Saturn. Nice. What's up, APOC? Yeah, I wish I was that dedicated and organized, Shrekky. I just can't do those kind of things. Thanks, Michiru. Thank you for the 8 months. I have played Crow Country, yes. I played that too not this October, but last October. I think no, I don't have my playthrough of that on YouTube. Eventually, maybe. It was a good game. I enjoyed it. Shoot 'em up recommendations for PS5. The only one that I've played on PS5 in recent years is just Eartheon, which was one of my favorite games of last year. I haven't played too many shoot 'em ups on PS5. Just because shoot 'em ups are really hard for me to stream, so I don't prioritize buying them as much anymore. The rest of my shoot 'em up collection is it's big enough as it is. I don't really need too many more. But actually, if you're okay with digital, because I'm not sure they released a physical, they did port R-Type Delta to PS5 recently, which is a very rare and expensive PS1 game. So now it finally has a easier alternative to playing it, which is also an improved version. So it gives you a reason to buy it, even if you're not into digital. R-Type Delta is one of the best shoot 'em ups you can play. Well, that's an interesting goal, APOC. Congrats. You keeping track, huh? Hello, else to you. Hey, thanks, Chemdream. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, Rapid Fire. Bossy recommends Eartheon, R-Type Final 3, Gradius Origins, Devil Engine, and Eurokill. R-Type Delta HD does have a physical, but is PAL only. Okay. This console to collect for right now? Probably the PS4. PS4 games are dirt cheap. And they won't be dirt cheap 5 or 10 years from now. I'll tell you that much. Well, it's easier to have more viewers on YouTube because how many subscribers I have on YouTube. So when the YouTube algorithm works, it works. So it's just a much larger pool of people. Plus YouTube actually recommends my eBay streams to new people that haven't watched my channel before. Twitch there's no discoverability on Twitch. They don't do that kind of stuff. Have I ever seen a PS4 version of Epic Mickey rebrushed? Not that I have noticed. I don't typically pay too close attention to PS4 versions when PS5 ones exist. Five Super Nintendo games. Well, finally having a complete in-box copy of Chrono Trigger would be nice. Metal Warriors, Hagane. Trying to think what would the last two be. Harvest Moon. Trying to think of like one more pretty hard to obtain one that I'd want. Oh, Kirby's Dream Land 3. Alright, we'll come back to auctions later when we get to the bottom of this page. So we'll have to remember about 9 o'clock. We can come back and check on auctions. I'll actually set an alarm. Set an alarm for 9:01.
Done.
The Wii U is better than the 3DO? I don't know how. I personally couldn't compare the Wii U to the 3DO. That's just too different for me. Just two Aloha. Hey, thank you, Colton. Appreciate it very much. And to your friends as well. Found out there was a little Nicky Game Boy Color. Yes, it is pretty rare. I definitely have regrets not buying that game complete in box when it was like 30 bucks. And then suddenly one day it's suddenly hundreds of dollars. It makes no sense. I don't know what happened to that. I think it was manipulation, honestly. A Game Boy Color game doesn't just go from $30 or $40 to $300 overnight. There's something going on there. It's a cute little RPG lot. $300 kind of way too much though for what you're getting here. Have I played Mazes of Fate? I have not played the Game Boy Advance version, but I played the DS version, which I have almost no memory of, but I did play it. I guess that doesn't say much about that game. What games will be rare for PS4? The tricky thing about PS4 is a lot of games get reprinted still. So that's what makes it hard. Like Blue Reflection used to be one of the rarest PS4 games, and then it got reprinted into the ground. So PS4 can be a little weird. I think one of the rarest still, because it's definitely not getting reprinted, is Godzilla. It's already one of the rarest. No chance in hell that game's getting reprinted. I would just keep your eyes peeled for the RPGs that get published by companies other than like NIS and Atlas and stuff. The non-conventional games. Also, a lot of the VR games, PSVR, that got physical releases. It can be a little tricky with that though too, because as VR continues to evolve, it would be harder and harder to convince people to go back and play original PSVR. But there are some pretty hard to get physical VR games on that thing. I'm not familiar with Hytale, I don't know. You're not the only person that's asked me about that game, though. I don't know anything about PS4 collector's editions. I don't do collector's editions anymore. The only one I own is, like, The Last Guardian. And I have a few stragglers left over, but not many. Badman VR game? No. Yeah, I haven't played that. The Verdict with Crackdown 3. It could be my new favorite Xbox One game. For the limited library that's on there. It would be between that and Rise. But yeah, Crackdown 3 was awesome. I'll be finishing it soon. Taco Bell has volcano sauce back for a limited time. I was always a mild kind of person when I ate at Taco Bell. Those days are over, however. But I know there's some pretty die-hard Taco Bell fans out there. Oh, I still do physical for newer consoles. Especially in October. Most of the horror games I bought were physical. I always go physical when I can, if the price makes sense. Sometimes the price for physical versus digital, though, is like so drastic. It's gotta go digital. But I will always go physical. I mean, for crying out loud, I'm buying physical copies of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Right? The PS4 version of Sonic X Shadow. Yeah. Honestly, a lot of the PS4 versions probably will become really rare. It's just like, who's gonna care, though? If a game is on PS4 and PS5 physically, like, personally, I don't care at all about the PS4 version, and I think that's how most people feel. So those probably will become pretty sought after. But I don't know if it would be for the right reasons. I think the people seeking those out would just be people that are collecting for PS4 exclusively. Because, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people would, by that point, have a PS5 and would be buying the physical PS5 versions. They may become the most rare, but they may not become the most expensive. If you're asking yourself if the Switch 2 is worth buying right now, then you're probably better off waiting. Because that means you look at the games that are out and you say, okay, I don't have to have the console right now. So if you've waited this long, I would just keep waiting. Final Fantasy 11. Not often you see that in a lot, honestly. I'll do a PS4 search for you after this, dog. I'll pick some out. I used to buy strategy guides because they were so cheap and the artwork was awesome. So it was like a cheap art book with the potential to be used as a strategy guide. Hello, Adrian Tobio. Can you play Final Fantasy 11 anymore? Oh, you can. I've played 11 a lot over the years. You got to use like they have the official servers still, but the game is completely different. If you want to play it like it was back in the day when most people were playing, you have to do legacy like private servers, which I have done over the years. I was playing Final Fantasy 11 earlier this year. Not that long ago. For the third time, I started a third account. Not a fun game to start over in all the time, I'll tell you that much. Which I will be going back to, but there's a few things I want to like get out of the way first before I decide to go back to 11. I also need to see how into monsters and memories I'm gonna get before that. If these were all Black Label, it would have been a pretty nice slot. Shadow of Destiny carrying the bulk of the price here, which is like $40 these days. They have it priced accordingly, though. It's about $120 worth of games. Believe it or not. Kessen 1, 2, and 3 lot, which isn't bad because Kessen 3 by itself is like sometimes upwards of $30 game. Thanks, Chessmaster. Thank you very much for the resub. So, I've apparently checked this seller before. I don't think anybody here is looking to buy all 3 Kessen games. Kessen 3 is pretty interesting, though. It's more like a Dynasty Warriors game where you control groups of characters at once with an overhead, like, top-down view. It's nothing like Kessen. It's pretty fun. I used to be in the Stranger Things, like everybody, for the first few seasons. But I lost so much interest between the end of last season and now that I have no interest in even watching the final season. They lost me. Kind of game is Monsters and Memories. It's essentially a remake of EverQuest 1. Some of the, like, one of the original main creators of EverQuest is like the lead developer on the game. So, I played it before. So I know it's going to be good. It's going to go into a beta pretty soon, and then later in the year it's going to go into alpha. I mean, like, not alpha, or early access. And it's exciting because the only game I've ever played that comes close to Final Fantasy XI is EverQuest 1. That's it. Am I still in the handheld stuff? Only if I'm able to stream it. So, I'm always in the handheld stuff. I had to get my 3DS modded so I can stream it. But in terms of, like, do I use my Switch handheld? No. No. Whenever I'm playing stuff like that, I'm always playing it on my TV. Thanks, Wargilly. Appreciate the 18 months. Your local game place had a bunch of Dreamcast magazines, but they were expensive. They're good magazines. I don't know what they were charging for them. Pretty small library, too. I don't think collecting Dreamcast magazines would be too difficult to get the full collection. They may have also had the demo discs. Maybe that's why they were asking a lot for them. 56 PSP games in the console. For $1,300. There better be some amazing games in here. Which it certainly don't look like it. No way. I have a Steam Deck, but I gotta look into repairing it because the battery is not working. Doesn't charge. It's apparently a simple fix, but like honestly, I wouldn't be using my Steam Deck right now anyway, so it's not like a priority for me. Thank you very much, Fashion. Thank you for the 40 months. Wait, the triple digits? You're not saying for one magazine, right? You're saying for like multiple of them? Am I going to get the Steam Box? I am interested in the Steam Box. Price is a big deal, though. Like, if that thing is crazy expensive, I might be like, you know what? I can live without this thing for right now. Also, availability. I'm not going to bend over backwards to try and pre-order a Steam Box. Right? Like, if I got to set an alarm and, like, wait in line for hours to pre-order one, that ain't happening. Like a digital line. Well, there's a lot from a reseller. I don't know how you would get so many copies of Final Fantasy. Well, I guess from lots, maybe. This is never a good idea, by the way. You never want to sell like this. Break it up. Do 1 copy of 7, 1 copy of 9, 1 copy of 8. And Legend of Dragoon. Sell off Metal Gear Solids individually, and then do another lot of 7, 8, and 9. Like, you do not want to do this. If you're going to do this, you can't charge a premium. You can't charge $500. Oh, the whole set? Wow. $100 for the full Dreamcast magazine collection? That's actually probably not that bad of a deal. Depending on when you came across it. Hello, Pixely. Hello, Aaron. The SVS. I'm not familiar with what that is. My priority this year is to try and get the freaking analog 64. Would be like, I would put that above the Steam Box. Big Fish PC games? Okay, that's like a publisher. What am I buying today? Well, today I bought some organic eggs, egg whites, tomato, I think that was it. Other than that, the games I'm putting in chat for other people. Yeah, because right now I go through a carton of egg whites like every 4 days, so. Frequently revisiting the store to buy those. I mean, I guess I could buy 2 at the same time. Factory sealed Pokemon lot. $12,000. It is a beautiful sight. A goal of mine this year too will be to do a playthrough of Pokemon Leaf Green or Fire Red. That's been something I have been wanting to do for a while. Never played it. Never played that version. So look forward to that. Why the analog 64? Well, it will look a lot better than my N64 with HDMI output, without a doubt. Because my N64 with the Eon looks great, but it still can look way better. Still can look way better. And I love analog. I'm an analog diehard. I like their consoles. I've been supporting them since the beginning. Listing bought something on eBay was for a copy sale of 4, expected to be delivered on January 20th. I would double check the seller. They might have a really long handling time, or they may have shipped it medium mill. But honestly, for seller, like, if it says that it's expected by the 20th, that's either because something happened with the post office and it's delayed, or it's just part of the seller's handling and shipping speed. So definitely don't leave a seller negative or neutral as long as it arrives on time. Like if it's estimated by the 20th and it gets there on the 18th, that's fine. And a lot of times, like if it's really delayed in shipping, that's the post office fault. It's not the seller. I find deals at local game stores. I only go to conventions for buying games in the wild. Other than that, the things I want are so specific, I just buy them online with the best deal I can find. Because most of the time, you're not really getting a deal in person. Unless you have really good shops. The post office. Yeah, they've been... There's been... I've noticed a lot of people who've been complaining about shipping speed and getting misdelivered and lost in the mail and stuff. Luckily, you're covered as a buyer and a seller, so as long as you're not shipping something crazy. If you're buying or selling something very rare and expensive, you should definitely get it insured, or at least put some like crazy stuff on there, like you have to sign for it, otherwise it can't be delivered. Didn't I find the last Guardian controller at a shop? Yeah, it's not really a video game store, though. Yeah. Yeah, that was just like a freak accident, pretty much. That's not something you should ever expect to happen. Huge lot, all games. For Skylanders. That's a terrible display to have your Skylanders on. Too much empty space. All the games. I'm not seeing all the Skylanders games. Okay, so they got Imaginators. Do they have Swap Force? They don't. Wait, is that Swap Force? No, that's Trap Team. Oh, there's Swap Force. Okay, they do have all the games. They were not lying. Skylanders did fall off hard when it fell off, but it did climb back up a bit in recent years. People are still very into Skylanders. But I do think the news that like apparently a new one was being worked on and then was canned may affect long-term collectability of those things. So I think a lot of Skylanders fans still had hope. Yeah, I'm also kind of surprised that amiibos are still a thing. When they first showed those things, I would have never imagined they'd still be lasting today. So grateful I never got into collecting amiibos. It's just a personal thing. So happy. It feels like a hard hole to like dig yourself out of, right? Because like, for those of you that have amiibos and you look at your collection right now, you look at that and there's so many memories about like, oh, I picked this one up with like the launch of this game, or like you have memories tied to those amiibos. So it's really hard to let go of your collection, right? Like it's not easy. If you ever want to get rid of those things, I'm sure it is not easy. Yeah, especially with the cost of amiibos now, it might be a good time to start getting out of them. I mean, my original reason for not collecting them was, well, for one, I'm not the kind of person that gets into collecting something like that and only buys a few of them, right? Like you got to get all of them. But then you start buying ones where you're like, man, do I really need this? No, I don't, but yeah, I got to get the whole collection. But not only that, but I also did, I mean, they're not as hideous. They're cool looking. They're not hideous like a Funko Pop, but I did view them as like very much mass marketed slop collectibles. And what I mean by that is, it's one of the reasons I also got out of collector's editions. Because when everything's special and everybody has it, nothing's special. And amiibos were just like printed en masse so much that whenever you looked at someone's amiibo collection, it's just like, whatever, that's just another amiibo collection. I don't care. You got the whole collection? Great. Looks cool. Because everybody has amiibos. They're all the same. There's like no personality from one amiibo collection to the next. I would rather focus on rare, vintage, nearly one-of-a-kind collectibles for video games. I'd much rather have a single piece of merch that I've never seen before, and I saw it on eBay, than an entire amiibo collection. That's how I view them, because it's way more personal to me. It's just more unique. Everybody can have amiibos in their collection, but not everybody can have like super rare merch for some of their favorite games of all time, right? Like this Dark Cloud standee I have here, which I've had for who knows how long now. You can offer me an entire, and I'm not joking, someone can be like, would you take my entire amiibo collection that's valued at like X amount of money for that Dark Cloud standee? You know what? I wouldn't take it. You know why? Because that Dark Cloud standee is practically one of a kind. I have never seen that in someone else's collection. In fact, a Dark Cloud like fan site or something reached out to me for info on that thing and pictures that I think I forgot to ever send them, because they had never seen that before. It's practically one of a kind. You'll never see another one of those. And if you do, I'd value it more than an amiibo collection. See, there it is right up there. And it's even missing Shao. It's even missing a piece, and I still value that freaking standee more than an entire amiibo collection. Why? Because Dark Cloud's one of my favorite games of all time, and I'm practically the only person on planet Earth that has that thing in their collection right now, and I value that way more than amiibos. That standee is priceless. You'd have to kill me and pry it off my collection. There's no way I'd trade it otherwise. And that goes for many things in my collection. How did I get it? Buying stuff on eBay 25 years ago. It's as simple as that. eBay back in the early 2000s was the Wild West. And I guarantee you, whatever I paid for that sign, it was probably less than the cost of a video game today. No one cared about stuff like that on eBay back then. There's more PSP games in here than the photo shows. eBay in the 2000s was full of scammers. I never got scammed once back then, and I bought a lot. Holy Grail standees. I'd like a Sonic R standee. I've also always wanted a Power Stone 1 standee. A Rez standee would be cool. Guitar Man standee. I already got Eco, so, you know, it is what it is. Shadow of the Colossus or Last Guardian one would be cool, but I don't think they ever made mini standees for those. I only like the small countertop ones. I don't like the big ones. The countertop ones are just easy to display. You could just throw them on the shelf. Appreciate it, Nuxie. Appreciate the 105 very much. You've got Last of Us 1 standee. Yeah, I almost bought that back in the day. I know the one you have. It's the one with like the fake leaves growing on it, the fake ivy. Back when those first came out, they were all over eBay. All over eBay. They were going for about $50 each, and now they're hundreds of dollars. Let's see if there's even one on here. Yeah, this one. Yeah, when this first hit eBay, when the game came out, you couldn't even get rid of these things. Pretty much every GameStop or game store got one of these, and they were like trying to flip it for like $50. It's a cool standee. I actually kind of regret not getting one now. But if I'm being honest, if I still own this, I'd probably sell it. I'm not attached to The Last of Us like I was back when it came out. But it's definitely one of the coolest counter standees because I just love this accent of the fake leaves. I just thought that was so cool. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it, Jax. It's a really fun game. I have a Klonoa standee. I have a Klonoa 1 and 2 standee. Bulk lot of 19 untested Xbox games, so $2 each. Don't sleep on Azurk, by the way. I was really impressed by this game. I was super disappointed I did not buy or rent this game when the Xbox came out. I really liked what I played of that years later. So I have the Japanese version of Shadow of the Colossus for PS3. I have the collector's edition, the one that has Eco and Shadow of the Colossus. If that's the one you mean. think I actually did an unboxing video of that on YouTube. You got a massive vending machine standee for Last of Us? Oh, do you really? Like a literal vending machine standee? So it's a standee of a vending machine from The Last of Us? That sounds cool. I don't think I've ever seen that. Let me see if I can find it on Google. Or do you mean like one that would hold the games? Oh, I think I see it here. That is... Man, that is... Hold on, I'll show it here. That is pretty cool. I've never seen that before. So it's literally like a cardboard standee that's made to look like a broken into vending machine that you can put games inside of or whatever you want to put in there. Massive, massive. You'd have to be a huge fan of the game to want to have this sitting around for sure. But that is really... Man, they had amazing marketing for The Last of Us. Between this standee, like point of sale stuff, that has to be one of the most clever point of sale standees I've ever seen. What's up, Jason? I'm sure one of these days, Ponzi, just stay tuned. Did I ever get any Japanese PS1 Millennium Collection RPGs? I own none of those. No, I only buy things that make sense to play. I would never buy those just to have them. Like, even though they look cool, space is valuable, right? So even though those Japanese PS1 collector's boxes look awesome, for me it just makes no sense to have them. It's got to have some kind of function. I'd have to play it at some point to want to own it. Unless I was collecting specifically an entire series, or like if there was a reason to collect it specifically for some goal, but otherwise I wouldn't buy it. You usually saw it at your retro store. Japan Shadow of the Colossus did include Eco like the US. It may have been the collector's edition removed from the box, like the box removed from the, because it comes in an outer cardboard box. 2 games inside of the box, so that's probably what it was. Would be my guess. You want to get yourself an official 1997 Lara Croft statue? Yes, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, I honestly want to get... I always wanted one of those as to pay homage to my grandpa, because that was like one of his favorite games of all time. I know the one you're talking about. Let's see if it's on here. You said it's from Encore, right? The one where she actually looks like her PS1 model. Yeah, it's pretty rare. Yeah, it's not gonna be here. Let's see if I can find it on Google. Is this it? No. 1997. Oh, here it is. I think this is it. I think it's this one, right? It's one of the only ones out there that actually looks like she did on PS1. Unless you mean a big one. But when I think of the statue, I think of that size. Do I like collecting game character statues? I mean, that's cool and all, but it's not something you can do often. They're pretty expensive and they take up a lot of room. So I really try and like only get the ones I know I'll never want to get rid of. Because I have gotten rid of some statues over the years. Like, I got rid of my Bayonetta statue. I got rid of my Enslaved Odyssey to the West monkey statue. I got rid of one of my Mega Man statues. Which I do kind of regret. It was a cool statue. But, you know, that stuff... There's only so much of that stuff you can have, you know? Before it starts becoming a pain. Here and there, J-Dub. Nothing like regular or anything, though. A CD32 lot from somebody in the US. Now that is not something you see every day. Dangerous Streets. They are dangerous, right? I have that Battletoads, the hot pink cover. I'm pretty sure I had James Pond. I don't know what that is. Kid Chaos, don't have that. Super Methan Bros? Definitely don't know what that is. Liberation. Battlestorm, cool cover. Microcosm. One of the things I hated about the Amiga CD32 is not only just getting that thing to work on a US TV being a pain, but a lot of times you had to choose between having sound effects or music, and not one, like both. I hate that. I would always choose music. Like, I cannot do the whole just sound effects thing with no music. What's up? Yeah, well, I'm glad that the algorithm has invited you back in, J-Dub. Oh, look at this. This is a fun lot. A game show PS1 lot. Now that I love theme lots. I love the idea behind something like this. Now, normally you wouldn't care about any of these games if they were included in other lots, but the fact that the entire lot is nothing but game show style games is kind of cool. I'll link this seller for you guys. You were thinking the life-size Laura? Yeah, no life-size Lauras for me. Little statue is fine. Yeah, I was streaming Crackdown 3 last night thanks to Donkey. I've been really enjoying the game. So I'm glad he said it was my favorite game of all time because it's been fun to check out for the first time. I really wish I played it when it first came out. We're up to N64 likes on YouTube right now. Don't forget to leave a like. I got a goal. We'll see if we can hit 150, which is, I think, would be the highest we've hit on an eBay stream before. And thank you to everybody that always likes the stream, because it has been... The algorithm has definitely been recommending my eBay streams to people that have been subscribed for years, and like they're just like, oh, remember this guy? Well, look, he's streaming. So the likes definitely go a long way. And I also tend to get a handful of new subscribers every eBay stream, which tells you that it's doing something right. Because that means it's actually recommending to new people. Or people that were unsubscribed at some point, because apparently that happens on YouTube. Like, unwillingly, unknowingly. Hey, appreciate it, Chevy. KKJ, thank you for the 10 months as a member. Followed immediately. Look at that. The two of you had the intuition immediately after one another. Ignited Flare joining as well. Thank you, Ignited. Welcome. Lots of content for you in the members section to check out. Oh, look, it's Rise. I'll have to replay Rise after Crackdown 3. And then I also got to play Recore. And I guess give another shot to Sunset Overdrive. Because those are practically the only 4 exclusives anybody cares about, right? Maybe that Quantum Break game or whatever. We'll play the 5 Xbox One games people actually care about. If I pass by an Xbox One lot, I will look at it. Xbox One lots are rough, though. They're usually really bad. They are usually not worth the time to click in. You're currently playing Final Fantasy 13. Any tips? Well, I'm not sure how, like, into it you want to get, but you could look at the speedrun strategy guide, which has, like, every single possible thing you can think about for, like, the in-depth nature of the combat system in that game. Otherwise, I would say don't become reliant on the auto attack. So, the first hidden thing in that game, with the ATB bar that I would give you as a tip, is, okay, say you just changed paradigms, right? Let's just say you went to, like, Medic Sentinel Commander or something, right? Like, you just switch to... Well, it depends where you are in the game. If you're really early on, you're not going to have access to this stuff yet. But when you get access to the paradigms, when you switch into a paradigm, right, try not to stay in that paradigm for more than about 10 real-time seconds. I can't remember the exact timer. I think it's 10 seconds. Essentially have an internal clock in your head every 10 seconds telling yourself to switch paradigms, even if it's just to quickly switch for a moment to get a buff and then go back to the other one. Because what happens is every 10 seconds you get an ATB refresh, which essentially means your ATB bar will automatically fill to full. So what do I mean by this? Your ATB bar fills from left to right, right? And then that's when you take your action. And then normally you'd have to wait for that ATB bar to refill again, which can take a while. So, right, 10 seconds pass, you use your attack, it depletes, switch your paradigm immediately, and you'll notice that you get what's called an ATB refresh. This is not something the game explains to you. This is a speedrun strategy. It's one of the hidden things with 13. Your bar will instantly be full when you switch paradigms, so you can just, like, instantly fire off some attacks or defense or healing. And then once you do that, you can stay on that for another 10 seconds, or you can just switch back to the one that you were on. Essentially, you're trying to exploit the ATB system so that you're getting these free ATB bar refreshes every 10 seconds or so. So it takes some getting used to, but once you get that like internal clock, you'll get the feeling for it, and you'll be able to get off so many more abilities, so many more attacks and spells and stuff. So that's my number one tip. That's like the easiest strategy that not a lot of people are even aware exists in 13. And if you stick with the game and you want more tips, just ask me next time. I'll get you the link for the speedrun guide if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty of that game. You don't have to follow the speedrun, but they have like a huge rundown on the combat system in the game. It's my favorite combat system in any RPG. It has eclipsed others in recent years just because when I tried to, do the speedrun, I had to learn everything, and man, it's so in-depth. People have no idea. You don't realize how in-depth the combat in 13 is until you try to learn the speedrun. That is for sure. You're in Grand Pulse. Yeah, so you probably haven't noticed it. Use that ATB refresh trick. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. Like I said, every 10 seconds or so when you switch paradigms, you'll notice you have a full bar. So there's an invisible internal clock that you'll have to kind of keep an eye on. Why is Recore Definitive expensive? Because it's one of the only things on Xbox One that makes it worth owning an Xbox One. Like, it's one of the only exclusive games, so naturally one of the only exclusive games will probably have a lot more attention put on it than other games. If there were dozens and dozens and dozens of amazing Xbox One exclusives, nobody would care about Recore Definitive Edition. But because it's only one of like a handful, it gets the spotlight. That's no problem. Everybody did that with my videos, J-Dub. Blue Robert. You love the 10 combat system? Yeah, 10 is pretty much like perfection for turn-based. In terms of like turn-based that doesn't have a gimmick in like the combat itself. The gimmick of 10 is swapping out party members, but it's pretty standard stuff. Well, I guess at the time it wasn't standard. 10 is one of the best for having a simplified battle system. That's just really good. What are they selling? Everybody gets your thrift store special. 25-cent earrings for the low price of only $50. I don't know why they show me this. Just at least show me video games, you know? Do you feel like you understand everything else with the combat system, though? The guys? Like, do you understand the stagger bar and how, like, that works? How you can make the stagger bar last longer? So, like, when you stagger an enemy, do you understand what causes that bar to drain faster or slower? Do you understand that stuff? Or do you need me to, like, briefly explain that? Because it's confusing. There's a lot to know about the 13 combat system. I don't remember if they did a good job of explaining that when you go through the tutorial. Oh wow, what is this? Cases only. It's a pretty good case only lot, actually. Are there manuals? Okay. Not all of them have manuals. I knew they had to be missing manuals because that would have been too good to be true. Some of them. Not bad. Yeah, if everything would have had the manual like Digimon World, then this would have been worth it. There's not many Xbox One exclusives. I don't know the count offhand, but it's pretty small. Xbox One is pretty much just like a third party. It's just a really nice way to get cheap third party games to play on your Series X. Good lots tonight. Oh, we found a few things earlier, nothing too crazy though. I will be revisiting 10-2 at some point. It's on the bucket list. I pretty much stopped playing 10-2 almost immediately. I remember not renting it. I bought it from GameStop used for like $10. And I stopped playing the game practically right after the Charlie's Angels cutscene. I'm like, what is this? But you gotta remember, at the time, I was not a fan of 10. So I was really not a fan of 10-2. I gave it almost no chance. But now that I love 10, I feel like I'd like 10-2 almost even more. We'll see. Do I ever intend to bring back Sleeping with Pete? Yeah, stay tuned for that. I'm a little undecided exactly how it's going to come back, but it'll come back. Please explain. You want to get faster. I think you're switching quickly, like you said, but sometimes it's still not enough. You can't switch. You can't switch too quickly. So like, all right, you get into a battle, right? The battle starts. You start on whatever the default paradigm is that you have equipped, right? So maybe it's Commander, Ravager. Unless you mean for the stagger gauge. But for this ATB trick, after about 10 to 12 seconds passes, to be safe, say 12 seconds. You might be switching a little too soon. So like in your head, count to 12, like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. Every 12 seconds, we'll say 12 instead of 10, and you can kind of refine it as you get the feeling for the real time. Every 12 seconds, switch your paradigm, right? Like switch what your loadout is. And you'll notice that your ATB bar will not have to refill. It'll instantly be full when you switch. So use all your abilities, drain your ATB bar, quickly switch paradigms, you'll have a full bar, instantly use the abilities. You can stay on that paradigm for another 12 seconds, or you can instantly switch back to the one that you were just on. You'll get the timing down, you'll see what I'm talking about. Just pay attention to your ATB bar as you're switching paradigms, and sometimes you'll notice like, oh, my bar is full. It instantly refilled. And it's not something you would normally notice playing casually, because there's just so much going on in 13, you don't have time to be looking and paying attention to stuff like that. Hey, thank you, Alex. Alex Shineseo. Appreciate that. Thank you for becoming a member. Rare replay. It is Xbox One exclusive, but not the whole game is on the disc. It's one of those games where you gotta download most of this stuff, which people are not a fan of. The Punisher. That was more enjoyable than I thought it would be. This is a light gun game, by the way. This Punisher game. Yes, a light gun game. Where you're just like aiming with a crosshair. It's decent. Any New Year's resolutions? I don't really do New Year's resolutions. But I joined the gym 1 week, or like about a week before New Year's, but it wasn't because of New Year's resolution. I was gonna do it regardless. Actually, it's pretty impromptu. It's not something I thought about ahead of time. Yeah, I literally finished recording my top 10 games of the year video. And 10 o'clock at night, I went and joined the gym. I'm just, because that video took me way longer to edit than I thought it was going to. And like, I was supposed to stream that night, and I'm like, man, do I really want to sit in this computer chair, edit a video for 5 hours, and then stream again for another 5 hours? So I went and joined the gym. Have I noticed a sleep improvement? Yes, I am tracking my sleep. I used to get anywhere between 5 and 6. I was lucky if I got 7 hours of sleep. I now typically get between 7 and 9. One night I had like 6.5. Yeah, most nights I'm getting at least 7 hours of sleep. And I'm trying to stick to a strict sleep schedule. So literally as soon as I end the stream, I give myself about an hour to wind down and then I go to bed. Try and go to bed and wake up at the same time every day. You know, my Apple Watch tracks deep sleep, REM sleep, late sleep. So I have an idea of generally what kind of sleep I get. It's not 100% accurate. But I also try and, I try and do breathing exercises for about 10 minutes before bed, 10 or 15 minutes. And then I just listen to, isolation. I know this sounds crazy, but I try and listen to, isolation chamber white noise. And it helps. Yes, lots of people use me to go to sleep, which is totally fine. I used to do the same. Not me, but I used to listen to similar things to go to sleep. Low energy style commentary. The trick is putting the audio just low enough where you can barely make out what's being said, so that your mind drifts in and out, and it's hard to focus on what's actually being said, if that makes sense. That helped me a lot back when I used to listen to that stuff to fall asleep. You gotta get the audio just right so you can just make out every other word, some words, not all words. Believe me, it helps. If you can understand every single thing, it'll be harder for you to get to sleep because you're focused on everything that's being said. Something that can help too is muffle it with a pillow. Man, I forgot all about Geometry Wars getting a physical edition like that. Never hear anybody talk about Geometry Wars 3. Couldn't have been that great. You have to crank the audio to fall asleep. See, the problem with cranking the audio, you risk, because if there's ever a rise in volume, it can wake you up out of your sleep. Our auctions should be reopening in a few minutes. Let's do affiliate first, though, and then we'll check auctions after that. Alright, so this is going to be between December 28th and January 3rd. So if you picked up something on eBay using my affiliate link between these dates... What the heck is... Someone's buying Minecraft Dungeon arcade cards. Interesting. Hopefully it will appear on the list here. So let's see. Let's see what the heck this is. Trading cards for Minecraft. So once again, if you haven't seen this before, this is essentially stuff that people in my community buy using my link. And we just check and see what they bought. Okay. Would have never taken one of you for buying Minecraft trading cards, but... some people really like Minecraft. Picked up 4 lots of those. TMNT Ninja Turtles Back from the Sewers for Game Boy manual only for 16. Wow. It is my alarm. Let me know auctions are ready. Pricey little Game Boy manual. But I mean, it could be way worse on Game Boy, let me tell you. It could be way worse. Cool art for that. I miss when their eyes were like white like that. Oh, those things. Those are the cards? I see. I know what you're talking about. I've seen those before. Yeah, where you like play with the coins and it spits out the cards. Man, that's a lot of cards for $3. That's a lot of money put into some machine to get those cards for only $3. Hellboy, The Science of Evil for the PS3. Manual only for $7, really? Hold on. Hellboy, Science, PS3. That would mean this game is going for complete way more than I thought it would be. Okay. 15. That's about what I figured. Like 12 to 15 bucks. $7 for just the manual, huh? But I guess it's one of those things where finding just the manual's probably not that easy. Hello, Quebec. Living Color mini disc. Yep, Chem Dream's back with the mini discs. Thought you were over with the mini disc, Chem Dream. You dipped back in. And the Clash mini disc. Do I dare even wonder what the most expensive one may be on here? That might be the most expensive. You got bored. Yes, boredom and eBay. Sometimes not a good combination. Not a coin pusher, it's like Diablo. Oh, that game. Yeah, I know what you're talking. I think I've seen that game before. That's pretty interesting. Living Color Time's Up mini disc for 75 bucks. Oh, look, somebody took my advice about Kid Adventures when I showed that like a week or two ago. It's a cute game. Great little Wii game. Midnight Oil, Earth and Sun and Moon mini disc for 110. Let's just pick. We got to pick one of the mini discs. Let's do this one. We gotta show people what the mini discs look like. That's a mini disc. They're really cute. I especially love that they look like a handheld game cart. It's like a PSP cartridge. the best price to sell your original Symphony of the Night? Give me a moment. Once we're done with affiliate, I'll try and figure out the price for you. Depends on the condition as well. Big time. Roller Coaster Tycoon Xbox original complete in box with manual for 15 bucks. I wonder how playing a Roller Coaster Tycoon game with a controller would be. Akira Toriyama Dragon Quest Monsters art book. Oh, nice. I was expecting some like big elaborate cover. Nah, it's just a slime. Pretty cheap. I have not played Sandland yet. Evangelion 1.0 storyboard part B illustration. Doshinji art book set. Let's take a look at the Evangelion one. Okay, one of these kind of things. That's neat. It must be fun to like watch Evangelion and then compare the storyboard as you're watching the movie. Like a flip book almost. Oh, somebody, wow. What the heck? That's so crazy. Somebody bought the case for Hellboy and the manual. The case was $13, the manual was $7, so that means $20. And then if you buy the disc, I do think this person that was piecing this together may have overpaid a little bit, because if you bought the game complete, it would have been like 15 bucks. But maybe they have a reason we are not aware of. Pokemon Crystal Game Boy Color Trainer's Guide Manual only for 30. Honestly, for Pokemon Crystal, that's probably not that bad. Yeah, that's the Trainer's Guide, not the normal manual, right? But still. Piecing out something like that from such an expensive Game Boy Color game, yeah, that's probably not terrible. Rayman Legends for Vita, complete in box for 15. Best rock and roll album in the world ever CD for $6. No case. They wanted to rock out so hard they didn't even need that case. Maximum Chase for the original Xbox, amazing game. I think potentially someone took my recommendation on that. Only $4. One of the most fun original Xbox games, exclusive, that you can play. So cheap. Yeah, yours, Trekkie? Yeah, you'll enjoy that game. Glide Gear tablet iPad DSLR video camera teleprompter kit. Teleprompter kit, huh? I'd be really curious to know why they were picking this up. Teleprompter kit for the iPad. Oh, someone's making YouTube videos. Yeah, someone's making YouTube videos and they want to. It's smart. That's actually, instead of reading off of a script on your PC, just set up your iPad and do teleprompter and stare at the camera. Pretty slick. RPG Maker game. I love that somebody picked up RPG Maker on PS1 because of my Game of the Year list. They're going to sit there. It's not the listing they bought, unfortunately. They're taking me to some random one. They're going to sit there working on an RPG. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. When you play RPG Maker on PS1, you either spend about an hour making a town and then giving up, or you dedicate like 100 hours and you like lend your RPG to your friend and then they play it for 5 minutes. There's only one or two outcomes with RPG Maker on PS1. There's no in between. I've always said I would love to make an RPG on the PS1 RPG Maker and then put the saves onto physical memory cards and then distribute those memory cards so people can play my game. Like physically own it on a memory card. I think that would be pretty cool. The hurdle is making a game on PS1 RPG Maker. Adventures of Cookie and Cream on the PS2. Okay. Another game that gets mentioned fairly often on the stream. Aiden Chronicles for the N64 cart, only $45. Man, it's crazy. That game used to be complete for under $45. One of the most ambitious N64 games. I hope you enjoy it. Oh, this is probably Chemdream, right? You're still picking up N64 games? Or were you doing complete in box? Very vague memories, J-Dub. Honestly, I can't remember everybody that we had on All Gen Gamers. A lot of times people mention like, oh, remember this episode with this person? And I'm like, no, I actually don't remember that at all. A lot of them I do, but not all of them. Cruising USA for 20 bucks. The only one complete in bucks. Guess this is somebody else. 52 Toys Sleep Sea Elf Series Fairy Girl Blind Box. Alright, I think we gotta... Let's pre-screen this one. I don't know what the heck we're about to see here. Oh. That's a pretty cool figure. So apparently it's a blind box of getting one of these figures. What's the secret figure? Maybe these two on the bottom. Oh, I like that one. The little Nemo fish. That's the chase right there. Or this one. But I like the Nemo fish. Let's see what the other one is. What the heck is that? That's a unicorn. That's got to be the chase figure right there, the one that's all blue. Oh, maybe not. No, these are. I think, if there are chase figures. Different. Definitely different. Final Destination Bloodlines DVD for $20 for a DVD? Seriously? Hold on, I gotta see this. They're still making DVDs for that much money? Cookies and Cream was yours. Do you plan on soloing that game, Monkey, or are you playing with someone else? Wow. Wow, an original DVD from last year. 20 bucks. That's something. And a hydraulic acid watery sun gel. No, we don't want to search it, we want to copy it. Korean sunscreen? Alright, well here's the purchase of the week. Korean sunscreen. You don't gotta read no instructions. The 50 million ingredients in this thing don't matter. There it is. Purchase of the week goes to Instri Hydraulic or Hyaluronic, whatever the heck that means. Acid watery sun gel. I'm not sure I'd be putting acidy sunscreen on. But to each their own. Congrats, you won purchase of the week. Runner up. I'm gonna give it to the RPG Maker person. So once again, thank you to everybody who used the affiliate link. If you want your stuff to show up on my affiliate review during every eBay stream, if you're on YouTube, every stream and video I do in the description will have the US link for eBay. If you need an international link, you got to use my link tree, which should be in the description as well. Or you go to my Twitch page in the About section, it'll have different international links there as well for other countries. Pretty much just click the link, and then it'll redirect you very quickly to ebay.com. And then anything you buy within that browser window should hopefully track. It is anonymous. They don't tell me anything other than what you see on the screen. It's one of the last Wii U games I still gotta get around to playing. I do want to stream this soon, and by soon I mean within the next 1 to 2 years. Paper Mario Color Splash. I was kind of holding out to see if they'd port it, but I don't think that's happening because of the tablet second screen stuff. They'll be coming back, There's like a lot of things I gotta rework with those. Especially with the YouTube crowd, because they haven't seen it before. I gotta simplify some things. I also lost, like, I don't have Photoshop anymore. So I can't edit the eBay ones like I used to be able to. They're all Photoshop files. I don't have Photoshop anymore. So I gotta figure out how to fix that. I can edit them in Canva, but oh man, that's gonna be a pain. No, I can't use GIMP. GIMP raises my blood pressure. I cannot stand GIMP. I've tried it, can't stand it, can't use it. Plus, it doesn't matter anyway because those are Photoshop files, so there's layers to them. I can't just like import that into GIMP. $1 for 99 nights with $4 shipping, ending in 3 minutes. Normally goes for about 15 bucks, it looks like. Yeah, I still can't stand GIMP though. I cannot stand GIMP. I'd rather edit in Canva. I have not played Star Fox Command. The 1 million troops. Yes, the greatest E3 press conference of all time, of course. The only one that can be also watched. I guess you can also say some of Nintendo's and Microsoft's, but it's like a full-on comedy show. No dull moments in that press conference. Alright, so someone asked, do I ever look at Xbox One lots? Well, let me show you an example of an Xbox One lot. Here it is. This is pretty much what every Xbox One lot looks like. 20 million copies of Battlefield, sports games, Assassin's Creed, and Destiny. You gotta have a copy of Destiny in there. And that's an Xbox One lot in a nutshell. Hello, Cody. So look at that, we switched to PS4 and just instantly it's a more interesting lot. Sorry, this is PS5. They have it titled as PS4 though, which is something. It's actually not bad. $75. I'm gonna link this. Some good games in there. Oh look, they got the title. This is their PS5 lot. Here's PS4. I sure hope they know that that's switched like that, and you're not like if you were to bid on the PS4 lot, would you get this lot? And if you bid on this, would you get this? I wonder. I would do it for any console that I had enough games for, David. So obviously, like 360 would be a decent candidate, PS1, something like that. Yeah, Devolver's E3s used to be a lot of fun. They're not as good anymore. I used to really look forward to those. I don't anymore. They've lost their touch. Yeah, the last one they did was just Ball Pit. Yeah, it's pretty lame. Wow. $29, 24 bids for Disney Extreme Skate Adventure. People are finally realizing this is the best Tony Hawk game they never played. It really isn't, but it is based off the engine of Tony Hawk. So it plays exactly like a Tony Hawk game, just with Disney characters. So it's actually pretty fun. The music is crazy. The music in this game is the reason you play this game. It will catch you off guard so hard. I'm not even going to spoil it for you. You just play this game and experience it. The gameplay is also... I mean, if you're in the skateboarding games, this is not a kid's game. Like, it's a kid's game, but you don't have to play it like a kid's game. Yeah, let's just say that I had some of the music in that game stuck in my head for like a week after I streamed that game and beat it. It's pretty different. Nobody's bidding on Mind's Eye. They're missing out. I think of the Tony Hawk remake. I didn't play it. I haven't done much Tony Hawk stuff in a long time. I used to play it a lot back when it was like up until American Wastelands. This is when I stopped. Yeah, all the music in that I think is original. I would be come back. I haven't really been actively buying much for it though for the past couple years. So whenever I'm ready to like come back to it, I will. I gotta make an updated list and like do another sweep through and like try and figure out. I know what I still don't know what I'm missing, but I do want to like update my list and rescan it for like the games I still need. I have most of the crazy stuff out of the way for the most part though. Oh, Phantasy Star Universe music. Or Phantasy Star Online. Hello, Geometry. You can. They're kind of like Final Fantasy games. You can play them any order you want. Hello, Zach. Found some decent stuff tonight. Nothing mind shattering. Just Metal Black getting some late night auction love. Another game I definitely would love to play again. It's been a bit. I have played Phantasy Star 2. I have not played 3 and some of 4, not all of 4. The most time I've put into Phantasy Star was Phantasy Star 1. With, well, I did the Master System version from start to finish, building my own maps, which I highly recommend if any of you play that game. Get out a map program. I did it on my PC. So, like, as you go through the dungeons, you map out the dungeon with, like, a grid-based program. Super fun. Really hard to do for the final dungeon, let me tell you. Because you're always warping around, so it becomes crazy. And then I did the Sega Ages version on Switch, which is probably the best way to experience that game if you're going to play it now. Being able to speed up the movement through the dungeons and the combat is just so needed for that game sometimes. Arc the Lad, I still... it's one of the few PS1 RPGs I don't have. So, I'll let you know when I finally get it. Still doing my thing, Jordan. Glad you're able to find the stream. I do streams. I do my eBay streams every Saturday, so you're welcome back anytime. And lately, I've been doing my gameplay streams on my main channel. It just makes it so much easier for people to find. And the whole like making it a private members thing after the stream ends has been working well. I haven't been losing subscribers like I typically do, making them go public. If anything, I gain subscribers every stream I do, which is nice. Natural Doctrine. One of the most unique combat systems for an RPG. Also one of the hardest combat systems for an RPG. If you're looking for a challenge, you should check out Natural Doctrine. I'm not sure I'd ever be able to beat this game. I've tried twice. It's just such a grind. If you like super complicated turn-based RPGs where you're able to kind of like place your characters freely on the map, but it's still turn-based, check this game out. It is something, boy. I warned you. It'll take you about 10 hours before you're like, oh, so that's how the combat system works. Okay. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that, J-Hit. Yeah, you can like soft lock yourself by taking the wrong weapon. That sounds terrible. If I ever play it again, make sure you warn me if I ever make it that far. Oh, that Arc the Lad game. I've played the first Arc the Lad game on PS2. I have almost no memory of it, which means I probably didn't like it. That's about all I remember. Give it a shot again one day, I'm sure, though. 175 for the PS5 lot. Yeah, it was a good lot. What are my membership pricing tiers? The way that I handle it is I started at $1. And then anything after that is just optional. So I make it very very approachable for most people. The way I look at it, I think you're more likely to get more people that would join a membership for $1 than like the one person that would join for like $5 or $6. Plus 5 or 6, like, I don't know. I feel like the amount of value you get for $1 is pretty substantial. And so far it's been working out. Got a lot of members. Plus it's easy to like come and go, right? It's like non-committal. A lot of people rejoin. You know, they might drop it for a few months, come back when I got more content up, pay the $1, watch the streams or whatever the heck, vlog videos or something, and then cancel, come back in a few months. Which is totally fine. Oh look, I hope this becomes a staple. This is one of my new favorite listings. We saw this last week. Metroid. Become Samus for the Nintendo Switch art book. Hey, thank you, Dabble. Thank you for dabbling in the membership. Appreciate it. Oh boy. I think someone's little brother may have taken this copy of Super Mario All-Stars into the bathroom for potty time. Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. Good luck selling that copy. All it needs is a good cleaning, but still. Do you want to risk it? Took me a moment to figure out if we were looking at like couch cushions or thighs. You know, when you don't got a table, you gotta improvise. I'll take you bet on. Yeah, YouTube does a decent job. Like, if you tune into somebody's, like, say you watch every one of my YouTube streams and you like every stream, like they notice that you comment, YouTube does a very good job of making sure that when I am live, you are gonna know about it. That is for sure. Like, they will put it on your homepage pretty regularly. This playlist really has Christmas music right now. Dream Bells, Christmas Nights and... Oh, okay. Christmas Nights in the Dreams. We'll let it fly. we're still kind of like, you know, it's not too far out from Christmas, right? Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody. If I do Sonic eBay streams like that again, it would be on my Sonic channel. It's kind of hard to do a themed eBay for that long, you know? There's only so much you can look at. I have not played Africa yet. I hear very mixed things on that game. Most people seem to not like it. Which I'm sure means it'll become one of my favorite PS3 games of all time. Hey, thanks, thank you, Monstrum, for the big tier 3 55 months. Getting your value out of that emote. There's a reason I lock that behind tier 3. I pretty much get to see it every time you resub. And that is it. It's the way it should be. I have a person in my neighborhood that keeps a Christmas tree up, like a fake Christmas tree in front of their house. Year round. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's the summer, it's going to be decorated with seashells and seahorses and beach balls. If it's Valentine's Day, it's going to have hearts on it. And it's outside. They're committed. They're committed for years. Wow, look at this. A sealed carton. Imagine if this was a sealed carton of Eco. I'd actually have to bid on it. So this is like a shipping container that has 4 sealed copies of Hard Hitter Tennis. Wow. People are bidding Black Label Shadow Colossus PS2. Game's always been about 20 bucks these days for PS2. It's just nice to see that people still have an interest in playing the original version. How long have I had the Sonic channel? Almost as long as I've had my main YouTube channel. If you look at the videos on there, some of them are like 16, 17 years old. Took a 15-year break from the channel and started uploading on there recently. Not easy to resurrect a 15-year-old dead channel, let me tell you. I did film something for a new video on there too. I gotta edit it. I went to Target and they had some Sonic stuff on clearance, like really cheap. So I made a video for that. I did not know. He was one of my influences to start a channel. Well, I take that back. I did technically start my channel before him. I started my channel in 2006. I uploaded 2 videos, but YouTube was way, way too restrictive back then to do what I wanted to do. The technology just wasn't there yet. And then I came back in 2008. Making videos showing gameplay was almost impossible in 2006. I was recording with a freaking Xbox Vision camera. Or whatever the heck I was using. Like, whatever I was using, it was... I mean, you can see the original 2 videos. Doesn't cut it. What are my plans for that channel? I don't know yet. I'd like to incorporate more modern day Sonic stuff into it though. Like not just... I like the idea of doing update videos, like going into stores and seeing what's new, like what new Sonic stuff is there. Because I literally walk into the store like a Walmart or Target and I always go check to see, and sometimes I'm surprised by the new stuff they have. So I like that idea. I like reviewing the older stuff, but I'm very rusty on a lot of my older vintage stuff now. Like, I used to know so much history behind every piece. Now I kind of forget a lot of them. I'd eventually like to do Sonic eBay hunting streams and videos on there. Just something, you know, I'm sure I'll figure something out. The goal right now is to get that channel repartnered. They took away my partnership like a decade ago. Because, obviously, well, for people that don't know, if you leave a channel inactive for too long, they will unpartner the channel. Which I think is a little unfair. Because then you gotta work pretty darn hard again to resurrect it back up to partner status. Silent Hill 3 with soundtrack. Yeah, for people that are not in the know, this game with the soundtrack right now is like $300. Without the soundtrack, you can pretty much cut the price almost in half. The soundtrack is a big part of the price. Here's one buy it now for $250. Oh, it says no soundtrack. Okay, maybe the one without the soundtrack is actually still holding good value. I think that without the soundtrack, it's usually around $200. Yeah, and if you're trying to take an old channel and build it back up again, getting partners is not easy. The hardest part is the 4,000 watch hours, which is doable. You got to do it within a year, but if you don't have like one video that really takes off or something, that's a pretty long grind. And that's why I want to stream Sonic games on my Sonic channel, because streams are just like, it's not easy to get watch time off of that, like 4,000 hours, but it's an easy way to like have people tune in for longer than a 10-minute video. So yeah, make sure you follow my Sonic channel because I will randomly stream Sonic games on there. I did Sonic Forces a few days ago. I'll give the link. It'd be cool if YouTube had a thing where I could just like click something and it'll just like put a nice little banner in the chat or something for the channel instead of having to type it out. How's this Zombieland game? Is it trying to be funny like the movie, or is it actually pretty serious? Well, I guess that answers that. Fun and funny story campaign. Single player and co-op multiplayer shooter. Is this fun to play by yourself now, though? Oh, it's like a top-down... Hold on. This is like a top-down Monster Madness game? Seriously? I had no idea. Huh. Game Mill. Ooh, that's a little concerning. I love how both of these are back to back. What do you prefer? The Japanese Premium Edition or the US Normal Edition? I'm actually going to say the new US Normal Edition because I just like the fact that the pose with the chainsaw is more pronounced. The chainsaw is a little obscured in the Japanese version. Was I ever a fan of the Xbox Kinect? Yes. Until I played Sonic Riders. Zero Gravity. And that game contributed to immense back pain. I was never the same afterwards. Yeah, Free Riders, whatever the hell it's called. My playthrough of that game is on YouTube. If you want to see me looking like an idiot playing that game. I use a webcam so you can see me playing it. Just search my name in that game, you'll find it. I couldn't imagine playing that game with a controller. It's too basic. The tracks are meant for motion controls. Like, that game would be so boring with a controller. This is another game I still need to get around to. I played the first Disaster Report and really, really loved it. I hear this is a little rough with the frame rate, but I'm now a fan of the series, so. It hit 60 FPS on PS5 now. Yeah, I heard the frame rate was really bad when it came out. So, running at 60 on PS5, that'll be the way I do it. I think it has a VR mode. I'm not sure if you play the whole game. You don't play the whole game in VR. I think it's like a VR mode, if it has one. Happened to you? Yeah, it sucks. Is it? Wait, is it 6 months? I thought it was a year. I thought a year has to go by. Did they make it 6 months now? Man, let me tell you, the Harvest Moon games, though, this is just a series where I just randomly get a craving to play Harvest Moon. I can never explain it. The next time I get the feeling to play it, I really want to play that new Grand Bazaar one that they have. But for some reason, I just cannot. I just always go back to Save the Homeland. I just can't help it. It's my favorite Harvest Moon. I cannot help it. It's like that game is just so comfy and cozy. It's whenever I feel like playing, that's the one I go play. But I do try and make an effort to play some of the other ones I never played around that era. Elix is a cool game, by the way, if any of you haven't played this. If you like Eurojank open world RPGs, I actually kind of enjoyed this. Guilty pleasure game. You get a jetpack. That's all you need to know. So 4,000 hours is for normal videos. If you're doing shorts, you need... What is it? Like 6 million views or some The shorts is impossible. You can't become partnered through shorts. I forget the requirements. Let me look this up. Whatever it is, it's like... It's pretty much impossible. You need in the last... Hold on. Okay, so to be partnered, you need at least 1,000 subscribers. All right, no big deal. Doable. And either 10 million valid public shorts views in the last 90 days. That is like crazy. You need 10 million shorts views in 3 months. That is insane to me. Or 4,000 public watch hours for long form videos in the last year. Essentially, you need to make some crazy viral shorts if you're going to take that route. Man, the figurines. Just very specific, like, gaming figurines, I guess you can say. Just Sonic is all I really do these days. I don't really collect figurines much, though. Expensive and take up a lot of room to display. But I'm going to be honest, these rules for getting partnership now are way easier than they used to be back in the day. I don't even remember the requirements back in the day to get partnered, but it was extremely difficult. People have a cakewalk now getting partnered on YouTube compared to how it used to be. Before you had to like apply and there was like no... They would like review... I honestly forget the whole process, but there was a reason why there were very few partner channels back in the day. It was very difficult to get. For those that don't know, like if you didn't follow my channel way back in the day, I was actually one of the first partnered / monetized gaming channels on YouTube. I know that sounds crazy, but it actually was true. And how do I know this? Because back in the day, there were so few partners on YouTube, they actually had a partner section that you can like look through, and they would categorize partners by category. And I remember looking through the partnered section. The only channels that were partnered were like IGN, GameSpot, you know, those kind of like outlets. In terms of people that just had a webcam talking to a camera like I did, I was one of the first. The only one that had a similar style that was partnered before me. You ready for it? Dark Side Phil. Other than him, when I first got partnered, I was one of the first for like my style of like literally vlogging to a camera. There were other gaming channels that were partnered, but not in my style. And at the time, for people that weren't around back then, it was extremely frowned upon to become monetized on YouTube. Extremely. Essentially, people viewed you as like the devil if you made money from making YouTube content back then. It was like heresy to some people. I remember when I got partnered and started, you know, able to monetize my videos, there were like hit videos that hated you just because you monetized your channel. Now you look at YouTube today, there's like 5 million channels that just do nothing but tell you how to monetize your channel. It's just so crazy how the times have changed. So crazy. And I remember one of the best decisions I ever made was not joining Machinima. Machinima, I had an opportunity to get into Machinima, but I'm so glad I didn't after hearing like what you would go through with them if you joined with them. They essentially wanted like half your revenue for the exposure, something along those lines. Yeah, Magus X1, he was an early one. But even he wasn't partnered. Like, getting partnered back in the day was extremely difficult. I was always very proud of it. Very proud of it. I wish I could remember the exact process. But it was not easy. Yeah, one of the guys that was making Machinima videos at the time, what's his name? Or was it Machinima? Zeitgeist Reviews, some of you might remember that guy. He would have been like my in. He would have been like my in into Machinima. But I turned it down. Because once again, just being partnered was vilified, but then joining a network like that was then even further vilified. Like, you guys had to be around back then to understand this stuff. Like, now it's like people would jump on that in a heartbeat, but back then, that was really going against the grain to do the double dip on something like that. And honestly, I didn't think it was a good fit for my channel ultimately. It was just too weird. Those videos were like way too produced. I didn't think I was a good fit for something like that. It's like, imagine the Machinima logo popping up and it's like, alright, hey guys, welcome back to another games I bought recently with my freaking like dark ass 4x3 webcam. Like, how the hell? But they were looking for like that retro style content around then, I guess. Buffalo is still fine. He comes into my streams. You'll see him occasionally. He still collects his platformers like crazy. Yes, Buffalo 27 is still a platformer collecting fiend. He's fine. Well, appreciate it, Mikhail. after these auctions. I promised someone earlier we'd look through PS4 games. I completely forgot. Oh, I'll never stream Roblox. I've had multiple sponsored offers for that, but I want nothing to do with Roblox. There's just too much weird stuff with that game. Oh, okay. So this must be coming down then. People are saying this is going for like 500, now it's 200. For those that are unaware, apparently, I was made aware of this last week, you can take this copy of Star Wars Racer Revenge for PS4, and it lets you hack your PS5. Shoutouts to Limited Run Games for making that a possibility. Leave it to Limited Run for something like that to be in their physical copy. Honestly, David, it's been so long, I honestly cannot remember. Because, you know, we're talking back, I think I got partnered in like 2009. 2008, whatever the hell it was. Like, it's just so long ago. Let me see if I can find out. Let's go to AI and ask it. If I was partnered back in 2008 to 2009. It might have even been 2010. I honestly don't remember, but I'll just say that for now. Tube. What the... Wow, there's not a lot of... Oh, maybe there is, let's see. Alright, so... YouTube Partner Program, which allowed creators to monetize their videos through ads, was in its very early stages. It officially launched in 2007. Some reports are on December 2007. I love how, like, it's so, like, long back that they can't even, like, they don't even know exactly when it started. That's crazy. And the requirements were dramatically different from today's thresholds, like 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch hours. How it worked in 2008 to 2009. Initially, invite only. Oh, man, yeah, that's how they did it. And selective. So you would literally have to get emailed personally from YouTube to get invited. When it first started in 2007, YouTube handpicked popular creators, those with high views, viral videos, or significant traction, and invited them to join. It wasn't open to everybody. By 2008, it opened up more. YouTube expanded access, allowing creators in certain countries, like the US and Canada, to apply rather than just wait for an invite. However, approval was highly selective and based on subjective evaluation. Key criteria focused on building a significant audience measured by total video views, subscribers, engagement, and overall popularity. No strict public numbers like today. Producing original content that complied with the terms of service, avoiding copyright stuff, being consistent, prolific uploader with strong potential. There was no hard minimums like X subscribers or X watch hours. Publicly documented back then. Some creators with just a few thousand or even hundreds of thousands of subscribers got in if they had viral hits or strong view counts. Approval often came down to YouTube manually reviewing the channel for quality, originality, and legitimacy to prevent spam or re-uploads. How people typically got partnered. So around the time when I got partnered, creators with viral videos, e.g., example, early YouTube stars like those doing sketches, gaming, vlogs, or music covers, channels that caught YouTube's attention organically. Some receive direct messages and invites from YouTube staff. I actually believe that's how I got mine. I think I got it through my email. I'll have to look in my old email and see if I can find. I'll just like go back to 2008, 2009, look for YouTube emails. By around 2010, it became easier for creators to apply, but still no fixed thresholds like the modern ones. In short, if you were partnered in 2008 to 9, you were likely one of the earlier successful creators on the platform, someone with real traction and original content that YouTube wanted to reward and encourage. It was much more exclusive and less numbers driven than it is now. Many veteran creators from the era look back on it as a Wild West period compared to today's strict rules. Yeah, that's exactly how it was. So there you go. You pretty much had to get reached out to by YouTube, which happened for almost nobody. Or you had to apply and you would almost certainly be turned down. It was pretty crazy back then. It was a big deal. And the reason people hated you is because that's the system, right? Like, you had to be picked by YouTube. It's not like you can just hit some artificial 4,000 hours watched and get in. You actually had to put in the work to get the invite. So that's why people like loathed you. They hated you for getting in because they were jealous. That's just what it came down to. Not everybody was putting in the work back then needed. But the thing about it back then is everybody that got invited started not with the intention of making money, because first of all, that wasn't a thing back when, you know, a lot of us first started making videos. But it's also something you never thought would happen, right? You don't go on YouTube thinking, oh, it's time to make money. You went on there because you wanted to make the darn videos. And if you happen to get invited, you got invited. Now, if someone's making a channel, it's almost certainly always because there's monetary gain behind it, which it is what it is. I mean, that's YouTube. But back then, a lot of times people got to make money from doing their passion. So I think there's a big difference between people that started in like the, say, 2012 and earlier. A lot of those people were making videos because they just wanted to make videos for the fun of it. The money thing was like, if it happened, great. Now I think a lot of people that are making channels, but I mean, there's so many channels now, but the main motivation behind YouTube now is money. The motivation in YouTube in the past was passion. It's possible to mend the two now, but like, let's be honest here with ourselves. We all know why everybody, like, we know why a lot of channels exist. It's pretty clear, especially with like the AI stuff now and how easy it is to spend 5 minutes uploading a ASMR video and making like $100,000, right? So if there are still channels that are around making content today that started way back in like 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, and they're still going, you know their true intentions. Because money was not something you had on your mind. It's not a goal that you had when you started YouTube that long ago. It was the passion in the community back then. A lot of people started channels because of the community. There's no such thing as that now. There's no community now. I mean, there's community, but not like it used to be. Actually, no, I take that back. There's almost no community on YouTube these days. There are individual communities, but there's no whole community. Back in the day, there was a giant ecosystem of communities, not just with games, but all the other communities that existed on YouTube. You started channels because things like video responses existed. Videos would be put out there that said, what's your opinion on this? And people would literally start a channel to upload a video of themselves responding to your video. How do I know? Because people did it for my videos all the time. Video responses. I had so many video responses from people that had never made a channel, like they never made a video before. They literally made a channel to respond to my video. That's how crazy tight-knit YouTube was back in the day. Sadly, almost all of those videos are gone now. They only exist in my memory because a lot of those channels got deleted by YouTube, deleted by the person, or the video is just like privated. I used to keep a playlist of all the videos. Like anytime somebody made a video shouting me out or doing a video response, anything, I kept it in a playlist on my channel so I can look back on it. And I'd say 80% plus of those videos don't exist anymore. It's so sad. What am I talking about? There's a huge YouTube retro community. Yeah, but if you weren't around back in the day, it's different. And I think the people that were can attest to it. The community back then is way different than it is now. It was so close-knit, everybody knew everybody. Like, seriously, if you were a retro game content creator on YouTube back in the day, everybody knew each other. That's way different than it is now. Well, the thing is, the retro community has outgrown itself. Like, you can't have a community when there's 100,000 channels making retro game videos. That's what you gotta remember. Right? Like, people don't collaborate on the level that they used to anymore. If you weren't around back in 2008, 9, 10, like, you just don't understand how it was back then, because the features that were around back then don't exist anymore for the community building. You can literally go to somebody's channel, and there was like a guest book. You can leave comments on people's channels, like the channel itself, not just the videos. You can go and like converse on their channel, like a message board. That's gone. All the cool features that like brought the channels together are gone. Oh, I'm sure. I'm not saying there's not cliques of people out there anymore. Like, I'm sure there's cliques of people that collaborate together and like appear in each other's videos and everything, but it is different from how it used to be. There's no doubt about it. I'm not saying there's not cliques of people. Like, I don't care that I'm not in some clique on YouTube or something. If anything, I prefer to be alone these days because it's just too big of an ocean out there now. And a lot of times these days, the way YouTube goes, it's best not to get involved with too many other people, because if they get involved with drama, then you get pulled into the drama. It's usually best to not have any part of that. Back in the day, it was just all about the fun. Video responses, message board, posts on people's channels. It was just so much smaller, so much, like, if somebody started a new channel, everybody would prop them up. Like, everybody that was in the retro community back then would come comment on the video. Like, it was just a different place. That's fine, Desert. You can have your own opinion too. I'm not mad. Listen, I'm still just doing my thing on YouTube. I don't need to be part of any groups to feel acceptance. That's for sure. But if you were around back then, you would understand. That's for sure. Okay, so then you should understand where I'm coming from. You should understand that the community back then was a lot easier to feel a part of a more close-knit community where everybody knew each other. It's a lot different now. It's just that it's small little cliques now and not one giant community. Like, how can you have a giant retro game community? There's no such thing. There's too many retro channels. 95% of the channels out there just do what they want, like they do their own thing. And then, yeah, you got the little friend groups and everything, but, not everybody's looking to be a part of that these days. It's understandable. Like, it's kind of hard now to be a part of a community on YouTube. It's just different. The ecosystem is different. It doesn't work the way that it used to. The only thing that we have now that makes it a little bit different is like Discords and everything, which makes it a little bit easier to connect. But back in the day, we used like literal forums and message boards. My message board, by the way, Pete's Game Room Forum, for those that remember it, I would actually give smaller creators a space on my message board. So I would give you a form, like a section of my message board that was literally your name for your viewers to come into my forum and like chat about your videos and stuff. Forgot all about that actually. And it helped a lot of people. It was really cool. I would give this space to a lot of people in there. We probably had like 20 forums in there for different YouTube channels to come in and just, you know, if they uploaded a new video, you know, you can post a link in there. People can comment whatever they wanted to do. But also saying that you were subbed to AVGN back in 2009, that's like saying, you know, you put on shoes every day. Everybody was subscribed to AVGN, right? Like, even if you weren't in the retro games, you were subscribed to that guy. Thoughts on GameStop closing hundreds of stores? I mean, it's not surprising if you've been into a GameStop lately. They're pretty much just collectibles and trading cards now. The video game aspect of GameStop is like almost gone. I think you just don't understand, Desert. I'm not saying there isn't a community. I'm just saying the community isn't the same as it was back in 2008, 9, and 10, or 8 to 12. Like, I don't know, it's not too hard to understand, right? Like, the difference between a community where there were maybe several hundred, maybe 100, 200 retro game content creators at the time, versus now where there's literally like 100,000. Those two things, they can't equal one another. Communities exist now, but it's not like it was back then. That's all I'm trying to say. Not too hard to understand. The community sucked back in the early 2010s. Okay, yeah. I think anybody that was around back then would highly disagree. That tells me everything I need to know. We're just going to go back to having a nice stream, but I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. Have a good one. Man, some people are, they take things way too seriously. No manual. There was no manual for Godzilla. Right? I think it was always just the box and the disc. It's more showing a disconnect. For you personally, live in Australia, it was a great community and it felt like I was a world away. You mean back in the day? Yeah, listen, we're here to chill and have fun, not argue over communities on YouTube these days. Like, yeah, listen, I was back there, I lived it. I know firsthand what it was like back then. Those were the glory days, no doubt about it. You think YouTube is its best era since... I mean, oh yeah, YouTube is thriving and flourishing and everything. But all I'm trying to say is, if you were around back then, you understand how different it is now. That's pretty much it. YouTube content now is for sure the best ever. I don't think there's any... Like, content now, of course, you can literally, like, take a college course on YouTube these days. But there was just a smaller communal aspect where everybody knew each other back on YouTube in the early days, which I do think is mostly gone. You know, there might be, yeah, examples where, like, a group of a dozen people all talk and collaborate with one another, but there's usually other reasons for that these days. Thank you, Darklight. Man, you know someone's off their rocker when they have backup accounts for when they get their messages blocked. That's how you know they're dedicated. Sounds good, Desert Coliseum. And you enjoy the rest of your night. We're not here to argue. That's why your messages are getting timed out. We just kind of want to get back to what we're doing. I don't think it'll ever match this one troll I had that earlier in the year. They made, I'm not even joking, they must have had like 20 accounts. They came into my stream and chatted with themselves on multiple accounts. So they would say something, and then they would have multiple accounts ready to reply to themselves in agreement with what they said to make it look like a group of people in chat agreed with what they said, but it was all the same person. That is the most dedicated troll I have ever seen. The most dedicated. And how did I know? Well, first of all, it was really easy to tell. I've been doing what I've been doing for a long time. I can tell. But I checked every one of their accounts. They were all made in the same year. And they had these accounts for, like, I'm not even kidding, like 15 years. So they've had these backup accounts for literally over a decade. All made in the same year. How is that? Yeah, not a coincidence. And the best part was, like, I think they expected to get more of a rise out of me, but I, like, legit, like, responded to them with genuine, you know, it was like someone asking, like, oh, why do you collect these useless physical games when emulators exist? And I'm like, oh, well, I mean, that's an interesting topic of discussion. Let's talk about it. And I gave, like, real genuine answers, and like, asked them questions, like, wanting to have a discussion. I think that's what pissed them off more, because they expected me to, like, go all crazy talking about emulation or something. It's like, do whatever you want. I don't really care. I don't think anybody else really cares. So I think that's what made them even more angry. Let's see what this Pod Racer Revenge is actually selling for. I think it probably had a really high pop-off at the start, but not much anymore. Oh, I see why. Because suddenly everybody found out it was going for hundreds of dollars, and then they probably started dumping their copies on eBay. Because there's a lot on here. Honestly, Benjamin, if you were around during the Pete's Game Room forum days, I don't care if you were a troll. You deserve my respect if you were around back then. Some people might actually just be buying the PS2 version too because they're excited like I am for the new Star Wars racing game coming out. Hello, Mad Lion. It doesn't ring any bells for me, Johnny. Unfortunately, that's just like a term that people used in like... Honestly, NoobTube was a term that was used in SOCOM for people that used the grenade launcher. That's about all I remember that name from. Getting a new Star Wars racing game before KOTOR, yep. I'm just excited we're getting a new Star Wars racing game. Hopefully it is good. What did they use the term for in Call of Duty? Not recently embalmed, no. They send me certain ones, not all of them though. Quick Freeze, he still comes to my streams. He was actually just here like literally last stream. So it looks like... Hold on, let's go back further. Let's see what the first one sold for. Look at this, look. December 31st, $50. Then it went up to, well, it didn't like go up to 80, I guess, because that one was in the box. 60, 60, 70, 80, 120. We'll watch the moment it happens. Right there. January 1st. Goes from $50 to $60 to 220 because of the hack. Someone bought it for 300. 190, 300, 200, 200. So it actually kind of is still maintaining 250. The earliest ones were like, some of them are 300. So it actually hasn't had that much of a fall off. If you have this game, by the way, congrats. You probably want to sell it. I'm not sure if this price will like stay like this. I think it's just the initial hype right now, but I could be wrong. Did YouTube used to have private messaging? Yes. This is what I'm talking about. Like, there's so many features that existed back in the day that just made the community more intimate than now. That's pretty much what I'm saying. Because now if you want to like get into a community, you have to know somebody, right? Like if you're looking to get into that clique, as we were discussing earlier, not to call them cliques, that might be a bad word for it. We'll use desert, whatever the hell that guy's name was, term for it. The community. If you want to get into the retro community now, you kind of have to know somebody, right? Like a lot of these channels are so big. Back then, people didn't care. Size didn't matter, right? Like Yoda, size matters not. Back in the day, a channel that had 50,000 subscribers would support a channel with 50 subscribers. Today, a channel with 50, 100, 500,000 subscribers is not supporting a channel with 50. In fact, they wouldn't even know who you are. But back in the day, it didn't matter the channel size. If anything, the bigger channels propped up the little channels because we wanted to. That's just how it was. And yes, private messages existed because I myself private messaged Happy Console Gamer, and he still tells me about it recently. When we spoke last, he said I messaged him apparently in a private message that said something to the effect of, oh, I've been thinking about making a YouTube channel. I'm trying to remember his exact words, but I messaged him. But apparently, paraphrasing here, I said, oh, I'm thinking about making a YouTube channel. Like, when I say making a YouTube channel, I had already made one with the 2 old videos at that point. But I guess I was just like asking him for advice or whatever the hell. And that was through private messaging on YouTube itself, which is interesting, right? Something that they got rid of quite a while ago. 100K was huge, yes, yeah. Back in the day, 100,000 subscribers was definitely in the upper echelon. Personally, I still think big today, but the way that the algorithm works, like for some channels, 100,000 is like nothing. But honestly, if you're hitting 100,000 subscribers on YouTube today, that is a huge accomplishment. Hell, just hitting 1,000, 10,000 is crazy for a lot of people. All right, let's go back to rare minus lots. Actually, sure. Let's look at some of the recently sold stuff. Now check this out. Halo 2, but in a Xbox hanger. They got $300 for this. Yeah, it's just easier to say in comparison. Like 100,000 is small because, I mean, geez, there's channels with like millions of subscribers. Like having millions of subscribers back in the day was like almost incomprehensible. Honestly, the audience back then just didn't even exist for it. Look at that. It paid off for them. Stealing this game with the security seal all those years later. I commented on one of your videos back in the day. I used to comment that a lot of people. It's so funny. Sometimes I go back to like watch some of the really old retro game videos. And sometimes I'll see a comment that I left and I'm like, wow, I don't even remember leaving this comment. That's crazy. But it was like a dog pile effect. Like if someone new to the scene came out and made like a video talking about the games they picked up or something, you would literally see everybody that was in the community back then commenting on that video. It was so cool. Gotta get my heated blanket. It's pretty chilly in here. I love my heated blanket. What I don't love about it is trying to find what corner has the switch on it. There it is. When I first started doing like the main videos after my first 2, like 21, something like that. I don't remember. Something around there. I don't remember what month I started. 20,000 views on YouTube back in the day was considered viral. It kind of was. Yeah. But video recommendations worked a lot different back then. There was no algorithm. If you uploaded a video, literally everybody that subscribed to you would see the video. It's way different. So if you had 50,000 subscribers, it was very conceivable that you would get 40,000 views on that video. Dan, you're getting called out by someone in the YouTube chat for not uploading a YouTube video for 10 years. Maybe do a video response to Metal Jesus Rocks or something. Slip on back in like nothing ever happened. He almost did a deal buying Money 3DX's whole NES collection. Man, did you know Comeback? He actually came into my streams a couple times. It was so cool to see him. I thought he was long gone. Yeah, he was talking about maybe getting back into making videos too. 3D Money X... what was his name again? 3D Money X3... I forget the exact name. A very early 2000s kind of name. He is one of the only channels that put up a room tour style video before mine. There were very few game room tours back then, and he was one of the earliest. I give that guy credit for potentially having the first game room tour on YouTube, to be honest. There were not many back then. I don't think he realizes how historical his channel was. Wow, Virtual Bart is $350 on Super Nintendo. One of my favorite guilty pleasures on the Genesis. I really enjoyed some of the tomato tossing minigame, and that was amazing. I pretty much played it just for that. Yeah, I've had the pleasure of talking with Alpha Omega Sin. What convention was it that I went to? I think it was Portland Retro Gaming Expo. One of the ones where he was there. Chatted with him for like 2 hours. Chatted with him in a hotel room, and then chatted with him at the airport, because apparently like when we were leaving we both ended up at the airport. That guy is one of the most chill, cool. He is way different than he appears in his videos. Everybody knows him for like his high energy cursing, you know, Alpha Omega Sin style. He is one of the most chill, cool people I've ever met. Yeah, very, very cool person. His on-screen persona is certainly way different from his real-life one. Yeah, I haven't spoke to him in over a decade, so... But apparently he's doing alright, from what I've heard. He's focusing more on life, you know? But he gave me such heartfelt advice, because at the time it was a time where I was on one of my, I was on a pretty long hiatus on YouTube. And by long hiatus, a few months kind of thing. He gave me a really awesome talk. But on YouTube, a few months is like an eternity. Yeah, he's apparently probably done with YouTube for good. You know, some people, but I think one of the things too, besides like family with him, was you got to remember a lot of his videos were just filled with vulgarity, and there was a time where YouTube started really cracking down on cursing in YouTube videos. Like essentially, he would start all of his videos with like a hard curse word, and if you do that on YouTube now, it like automatically flags your video for like demonetization, pretty much. So imagine all those years of hard work he put in, and then all of his videos get flagged, demonetized. It's I'm sure that was pretty hard to take. Yeah, his niche would not fly nowadays, essentially, yeah. Really chill dude, though, if you guys never got to meet him in person, I'm telling you that. You could definitely tell someone's personality after you chat with them for a few hours, and yeah, he's a nice person. The Darkspire. I still have somehow lost my cart of this game. I got so excited. Anytime I'm like straightening up or I find something, anytime I find like one of my old DS cases that either held a console or was one of those little cases that was meant to hold games or something, I always get so excited when I find a new one because I'm like, oh, this is the case that's going to have the Darkspire in it. I can't find my freaking cart for this game. And I really don't want to have to rebuy that because it's so expensive now. Yeah, I have the soundtrack for The Darkspire. I know it's not good for CDs, but that CD has been in my car for about 12 years. I don't know, it's been a while. I know, I'm so bad. I keep soundtracks in my car 24/7. I'm sure they're not damaged at all due to the weather, right? Yes, I used to listen to a lot of Darkspire. That clip, I think we were over to play, he had that I Hate You series, and we starred in one of the I Hate You series where we were all playing some game. I don't even remember what the game was, to be honest with you. It was fun. Metal Jesus also. Really awesome guy. I remember my plane or something when I went to Portland Retro Gaming Expo for the first time. My plane was delayed. Something along those lines. I forget. Like it was a crazy snowstorm or something. So I literally slept on his couch in the basement at his old place. And then the next day that's when I made my videos. Just how crazy this is to think about. Where Metal Jesus was filming me game hunting in Portland. I'm pretty sure those roles were to be reversed today. But yeah, that's how it happened. My plane was delayed, slept at his place, and then went around retro game hunting to like the best stores at the time. So I think for every store we went to, I made a video on YouTube. Yes, he is a big channel. Doesn't make me think any differently of him. Yes, we know the memes about hidden gems and everybody loves to hate on Metal Jesus, but if there's somebody that can speak about him, having done a podcast with him for years, having hung out with him in person and spent days with him, he's a cool person. I remember the first time I met him, I called him... What did I call him? I was getting his name wrong. Because he had like just made his channel. Heavy Metal Jesus, I called him. Yeah, I remember the video I did where I first introduced him in my first video on YouTube, like where he was in the video from one of the conventions. I said, "Oh, and this is Heavy Metal Jesus." It's pretty funny to think back on. Can we please get a nice port of House of the Dead, but the original version, please? Enough of these terrible remasters they come out with. Let's get the OG off of the Saturn to make it more approachable. Having the OG playable with, you know, the Switch remote, even though it would be like... Actually, it would be pretty good. I heard that thing aims alright. That would be nice. You know, so maybe we don't have to spend hundreds of dollars to play House of the Dead. That would be awesome. Oh, I met Peanut Butter Gamer back when he was brand new. Yeah. Yeah, I met Peanut Butter Gamer, and let me tell you, I mean, back then nobody knew who was gonna like blow up or anything, right? We didn't really care. People did not. The sub counts back then did not matter for who's meeting who in person. But all I remember with Peanut Butter Gamer, he was awesome first of all, but we all went out to dinner and he came with us because honestly, if you were part of the retro community back then, like you were just coming along regardless. But I remember he was like sitting at the table and had no one to talk to. Like he didn't know anybody, nobody really knew him, but yeah, the simpler times. Because he blew up really big. That was a big one. Well, I shouldn't say no one was talking to him, but like, you know when you feel awkward out in like a public situation with other people because you don't know anybody really. That was Peanut Butter Gamer. Crazy to think, right? Where some of these channels would go. Looks like Crash Time is finally... Oh, that's a sealed copy for $65? Oh, wow. Okay, so this is starting to stabilize then. This game was going for like well over 100 used during the 360 apocalypse. That's pretty... The price has crashed. Pun definitely intended. Complete for $34? Oh, man. Wow. I'm so glad I didn't buy this game during the 360 apocalypse. 360 apocalypse referring to when the 360 was announcing that it was like taking all of its digital games offline and the prices went... That's the term that I use for it. Import tuner challenge. That's still pricey, but it's come down as well. 360 right now is definitely at one of its lower price points in a while. I wouldn't say Operation Darkness has crashed in price. That game's always been kind of pricey because it is on the more rare side. Not impossible to get. But whatever the prices were a couple years ago, yes, it's definitely come down. Same thing with most of the 360 games. You know, the pricey ones are still pricey. They're just not as peak hype priced. Weren't they supposed to come out with a new NCAA game? Whatever happened with that? I heard talk about that. Like a year ago. College Football 25. Did that came out? So maybe that's why it tanked the price at NCAA 14. Because that was pretty much like what everybody was waiting for, right? Raiden Fighters Korean version? PC Big Bu- Oh, PC. For some reason I looked at this and thought it was a 3DS case for some reason. Sports. I really don't watch sports. The only one that I would like even remotely watch would be baseball, just because I was like brought up on baseball from a young age, but I still don't really have much of an interest in it. Some sports can be exciting to watch, don't get me wrong. Like, if you're watching soccer can be pretty exciting, hockey can be pretty exciting. I just don't care to waste time watching it. The high intensity sports can be exciting to watch. Just not football. Football is boring as hell. But the other ones are decent. I just don't watch them. Well, Wartech is a common game. Like, it's definitely not rare. Wartech used to be so common. You used to see that game in lots all the time. The only games like that you would actually see a price spike and continue to hold at higher prices are the ones that were actually hard to get. Wartech was always it was a bargain bin shovelware game pretty much for the longest time. Yeah, I would have been a little cautious about buying that one at a high price. I used to love Alien Storm. I was actually putting together a playlist today for the gym. I think I put an Alien Storm song in there. I used to love that freaking beat 'em up as a kid. The only thing that was better for me back in the day was Golden Axe 2. I actually put Alien Storm above the Streets of Rage games just because I grew up with Alien Storm. I didn't grow up with Streets of Rage. I grew up with Golden Axe 2 and Alien Storm. And many other more obscure beat 'em ups. Have I played the Punisher Genesis game? Not yet, no. I do want to play it, though. I forgot how this Grinch game plays. I know it was weird, though. It's like a puzzle game or something. Yeah, it's a stealth game. I knew it was something strange. I don't remember caring for it, though. This is actually a good game. This Demolition Man game. I remember enjoying this on 3DO. And it's an exclusive. Just a collection of minigames. Honestly, I enjoyed it without even having seen the movie at the time. It was just a fun game. How would my gaming life have changed if I grew up in this era with Roblox, Fortnite, and Minecraft? I don't know, it's hard to say. It seems like the kids really love it, though. Honestly, they really get into those games. I don't want to say it's like a bad way to be brought up playing games. Because, man, think about how cool it would be if one of your first games were games where you could just literally create anything. Right? Limitless possibilities. That sounds kind of cool. In a way. And you can see why kids have little reason to get into other games, because the games they have now are just like, they're never meant to end. Which is sad but cool at the same time. It's hard to speak from their perspective, right? Because we didn't grow up like that. Honey Nut Cheerios card. Wow. There's the chase card from Honey Nut Cheerios. Send it in, get it graded. I would just keep it like that. I don't think we'll ever get it. Like, I think I just accept that we'll just never understand, right? Like, growing up now playing games is so much different from when we grew up playing games. Gaming now for younger kids is just, it's a whole different realm. It's pretty much up to the parents to introduce them to retro games. If you don't introduce them to retro games, they're just going to get fully absorbed in these, what do they call them, brain rot games now? It's up to you. It's up to the parents. The kids aren't going to discover retro by themselves. You got to help introduce it. Have a stream PSP. It's been a long time since I streamed PSP. I generally don't like streaming PSP. It's just kind of awkward. Wii U. Oh man, the last Wii U game I streamed. It's been a bit. There's really not much left to stream on Wii U, if I'm being honest. There's a few more that I want. Like Paper Mario, like I mentioned it earlier. Your kids have been watching you play Resident Evil and classic Tomb Raider. See, that's the way to do it. And then, if they ever show interest, be like, oh, you want to try? Letting them try Resident Evil and Tomb Raider, though, boy. Might as well, like, get them to drive a real-life tank or something at that point with those tank controls. If they can conquer Resident Evil and Tomb Raider, they're ready for anything. You're right, Arioka. Forgive me. Gaming is exactly the same as it was 40 years ago. You're right. The sense of community is even better now with gaming. $35 for 100 classic books. But you know what? Actually crazy value. You know how much you'd have to spend for 100 classic books now on like an e-reader? Of course these are all probably like public domain stuff, but still, the value. You tried to show them Mario 64 and Sonic Adventure and they just weren't having it. One step at a time, one step at a time. Something will eventually click, hopefully, for them. Hey, thank you, Zim. No good deals, you just missed the drama. But thank you very much for the 43 months. Right now we're just kind of taking a look at what people are buying. It's always a good idea to stay up to date with what games are selling for, so that way when you're browsing games, you might remember what stuff is selling for. Your 3-year-old chose Astrobot? Or Astro Boy? Astrobot? Choosing Astrobot over Mario and Sonic, I mean, that's not... It's not necessarily a bad choice. Yeah, it was nothing crazy. We were just having a discussion with somebody. We just were talking about the old school days of YouTube. and the sense of community back then versus now, and somebody got a little bit passionate about it. It's fun. You know, I'll respect their opinions, but, you know, it's starting to, like, bring down the flow of the eBay stream, so we had to depart with them. Essentially, they just equate, like, today's YouTube community for games to... It's like apples and oranges. You can't compare the old school YouTube community when it was like a few hundred people to hundreds of thousands of people. We were just having a hard time seeing eye to eye. I think the thing that makes these people even more mad is the fact that when they come and try and, like, argue with me, I stay pretty cool-headed about it. I think that makes them a little more mad. Yeah, they're just saying that I'm bitter and toxic because I don't get invited to collab with, you know, the YouTube retro community or something. That's fine. I just keep doing my own thing. For all they know, it may be a choice to remain solo, you know? A lot of people choose to kind of just stay by themselves these days. Oh, it's so much less stressful, let me tell you. El Chavo Kart. I hear this is actually a pretty good game. Good old Concord continues to fall, and I don't feel bad for anybody that tried to invest into that game. Well, the last thing I'll say in regards to that conversation from earlier is I think there's just two completely different perspectives if you were a content creator making videos back then and somebody that watched videos. So I don't blame them for having the mindset that they do, because they were just a viewer. If you were a content creator making videos and you were part of that world, you would understand completely where I was coming from. Just a daily reminder, well, not daily, but for some people out there may not be aware that Marvel Ultimate Alliance Gold Edition is extremely expensive these days. It's very easy to overlook this in your collection. So, if you know that you have Marvel Ultimate Alliance, but you're not sure if you have the Gold Edition, you should go check. It's got some, like, DLC characters that you can't get any other way any longer. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse. That's fine. I respect their opinion. I just think they could have gone about it a little more, less combative. Very little Dash, honestly. Yeah, I watch, like, alternative, non-gaming stuff on YouTube most of the times when I'm on there. For a long time, my gaming content consumption was Twitch. I would just like go on the Twitch and watch people stream retro games, and that replaced YouTube for me. But now that I don't do that anymore because Twitch's ads are just like bonkers, I've come back to YouTube and I just watch a little bit of everything. It's nice. It's nice to not like be consumed with gaming content 24/7 kind of thing, you know, because I'm already streaming games all the time, so it's like I just kind of just continue to discover the games I want to play and receive recommendations from people in chat and kind of just like do my own research. I'm not sitting there watching like 3-hour retrospective videos or anything like that. I do my own retrospectives in my own time. Pretty much how I go about it. Favorite types of content. I really like watching people open up trading cards. It's a very relaxing type of content. Because that means that you can still enjoy watching somebody like open the cards they want and get excited for them without having to spend money doing it yourself. It's one of those forms of content where like you kind of get the same payoff almost that they do opening it, like watching them open. It's really fun. Wow, what the hell? Monstrum with the 10 gift subs. Monstrum is a monster with those freaking gift subs, boy. Thank you so much, Monstrum, as always. Absolute crazy pillar of the sub-gifting community, that is for sure. I always like to take a look through the names and see who it's hooking up with subs. Okay, alright. Oh, wow. Oh, they're hooking up some good people this time, that's nice. Some long-timers. Come back, they gave you a sub on Twitch. Thank you so much again, Monstrum. Enjoy the Sonic dancing emotes for the next couple minutes. I have no interest in One Piece. No interest at all. Good, let them all go to One Piece. Let the Pokemon people breathe for a second. It's like impossible for people to enjoy Pokemon cards right now. It's crazy. Yeah, I watched one episode of One Piece. I mean, I'm sure it's an amazing show, but I would much rather just spend my time doing something other than watching One Piece. That's just like a life commitment, you know? Crazy. And I guess it's an upside that I also just don't like the art style. It's the one thing that always pushed me away as well. I just don't like the character designs. I would just, I don't know, I feel like I'd get, if I were to get back into watching anime, I think I would get so much more enjoyment watching like 100 smaller anime shows than watching just One Piece. Monstrum picking up the scraps for Denyo. Thank you, Monstrum, for hooking up Denyo. Every time I see Wild Arms 5, I'm reminded of the time I was at a convention. Forget exactly what one. I know the convention, I just can't remember the freaking name or the year, so I'm not gonna get it wrong. Let's just say it was maybe like 6 or 7 years ago. This one booth had 2 copies of Wild Arms 5. One of which was sealed, like that copy right there, but sealed. And then one of which was open, like this copy, but not sealed. Both of them were the same price, so it was not LI Retro, no. Both of them were the same price, so it was like $60, $65. I actually bought the open copy. Because that's just how I was. I figured leave the sealed copy for someone else that may want to leave it sealed, and I'm just going to take the open copy because I want to play the game. It just felt too bad for me to open it, right? I'd rather leave that to somebody else. It's just, there's just something about opening what you know to be a rare game, right? Like, now, could I have easily bought the second copy and sold it, or like bought both of them? Like, you know, no, I just left it for someone else. Let someone else be happy to find a sealed copy of Wild Arms 5 for like 65 bucks. And the copy I bought, the person that opened it did that thing with like the sticker where it like ruins the freaking box a little bit. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Hey, thanks, Moggy. Thank you for the 1 year resub. Really appreciate it. Congrats on the diamond knob. Well, that's because streaming's not easy, Rapid Fire. It's understandable. YouTube is different, right? Like, you can make a video here or there. Streaming, you really got to be consistent with it. It's a lot. It's a lot. A lot of people come and go with streaming because they realize that it's... Like, if you're trying to grow your audience and stuff, it's crazy, the commitment that it takes these days to grow the stream, so it doesn't surprise me that you would feel that more people come and go. It's harder than ever now, too, on Twitch, especially. There's just more streams than ever, so... And there's no discoverability on Twitch. Extremely difficult. Yeah, if you have a normal job and then you try and stream after that, it's taxing. Not everybody can do it. It's tough. And if you're only streaming like once or twice a week, it's like, man, you better have a crazy personality, because that's going to be really hard to grow your stream. Yeah, you pretty much have to know somebody these days if you're just getting started and want to grow, or you just got the drive to put a ton of time and effort into it and see potentially, like, you can stream for a month with barely any viewers or followers, and you just got to be willing to accept that. Oh, wow. Is this official? A dealer's porcelain version of this sign? Well, that's extremely rare. And I almost feel like that was underpriced. This is based off of an actual larger plastic sign. This is apparently a dealer's porcelain metal sign. Seemingly vintage based on the wear, so it's probably not a reproduction from recent times. First time I ever saw that. And I've seen a lot of Mario stuff over the years. I used to hunt it like crazy back in the day. They don't give any history on it, though. They're just assuming it's a dealer sign. I'm not sure. Could be a piece of another, because obviously there's a hole up here and a hole down here, so it probably slotted into something. Kmart, it says. So my guess would be this may have been part of a kiosk for a Nintendo console back in the day. They're saying Kmart. Copyright Nintendo of America there. Interesting. I love this kind of stuff. I'm just so much more fascinated. Like, I look at these things like artifacts. Right? Like, some of these things are nearly one of a kind. I've always said I've enjoyed the collecting side of this kind of stuff way more than games, because everybody can get the games, right? Everybody can collect the games that we love, but not everybody can collect the vintage merchandise for the games we love. And I just love the thrill of the hunt for this kind of stuff way better than the games themselves. I have the Sonic Origins coaster. I don't believe I got that now. I definitely lagged behind in like the recent Sonic promo stuff. You really don't want to watch the last 600 episodes of One Piece? Yeah. And at that point you feel like you're so deep in, it's like, man, you almost have to finish at that point, right? Honestly, rapid fire, I mean, never say never, but probably not. TikTok, not really my thing. That's a different type of grind. I don't think my format would transition to that very well. Like, you mean multi-streaming what I'm doing right now to TikTok? The thing is, too, with TikTok, the carryover of getting somebody to go from TikTok to Twitch or YouTube is like super low. And I don't really care to build a TikTok audience. You see gaming museums in our future. A lot of people's game rooms are practically museums at this point. But I agree. We need more museums for retro stuff, retro games. Yeah, if you really stop and think about it, let's just say that I bring somebody over from TikTok, right? People on TikTok, they have most of the time, like, their attention spans are ruined because they're just watching videos that are several seconds long. So if you bring somebody from TikTok to YouTube, and let's just say they go to watch a video that's like half an hour long, do you really think someone from TikTok is going to watch a 30-minute video? No. They're going to leave immediately and tank your analytics. So you know what? Yeah, you can keep your TikTok viewers. I'm good. I feel like it would almost be more detrimental. What is this? Ratchet and Clank Crack in Time Collector's Edition. Oh, Australian. I was going to say, I don't remember us getting this here. I specifically really try and stay away from YouTube Shorts. They recommend them to me all the freaking time. Do I watch YouTube Shorts? Yeah, occasionally. Like, if I see one in my recommended feed, I'll watch it. But I make sure as soon as that short is over, I get the hell out of the Shorts feed. And sometimes if I search something, sometimes the top result, if I'm looking for, like, tips or hints or on something, sometimes the short is the #1 result. But I really don't. I try to stay away from that kind of content. It rewires your brain, honestly. Like, you just lose attention span so much if you watch too much of that kind of stuff. I haven't really looked into it rapid fire. I don't watch live streams on eBay. They recommend it in the results, but I've never taken the time to actually click in the one. Believe me, I like everybody else when TikTok first came out in the US, I was there. What did I get addicted to? Cute animal videos. Man, were they good at that algorithm. Every little video with a little cute bunny, heart. Or thumbs up, whatever the hell it was on TikTok. And I swear, I just get on TikTok, and everything on my recommended... There was no gaming stuff. Nobody did gaming stuff on TikTok back then. All cute animal videos. But you know what the best part is? Back then, there was no AI, so like everything you saw, you knew it was real. No bunnies jumping on trampolines back then, If you know, you know. There's Road Rash. Probably the best version of Road Rash, in my opinion. There's trade-offs. So, 3DO Road Rash has the Soundgarden music in the menus, but the visuals look way better than the Sega CD version. The Sega CD version has the actual like rock music, licensed music, while you're racing, but the visuals are way worse. It's like practically a letterbox. It looks terrible. I still recommend the 3DO version. You hate shorts, they're ruining YouTube. Can't comment on it too much personally, but I do think in the long term, shorts will be detrimental to long form content. Because every day, more and more people are getting addicted to shorts, and every person that gets addicted to shorts is one more person that won't want to consume long form. It's going to be a slow, gradual process, but I do think ultimately in the long term, it's going to continue to phase out long form content. It take a while to get there, don't get me wrong, people still love watching long form. But you can see the views that shorts get, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious where it's shifting. Xbox Exhibition Disc, 7 game demos for $43. This must be a pretty rare one. Wow, they actually made you pay $7.99 for this? Oh, it had 2 months of Xbox Live inside of it. ESPN, NHL 2K5, Burnout 3 Takedown, Kingdom Under Fire, The Crusaders, The SpongeBob SquarePants Movie, Dead or Alive Ultimate, Star Wars Republic Commando, Disney presents a Pixar film, The Incredibles. Not a super exciting demo disc. I mean, you had Burnout, Dead or Alive, Star Wars, but... Yeah, the new rule that I've made for myself, honestly, is... After I stop streaming, I allow myself like maybe 10 minutes on my tablet. And then after that, that's it. Social media is off. And prepare for bed. Helps a lot. Helps a lot. $40 ship for F1 2009 GameStop exclusive for the Wii. The life of a Wii collector. This is what you have to get excited for. To be fair, though, it's a Codemasters release. It's Sumo Digital. So this is actually probably a very good game right here. And I bet you the motion controls are probably pretty fun. I'm using tilt controls. Ultimate Beach Soccer Kart, $130 in Game Boy Advance. That is one of the more rare Game Boy Advance games that I completely forgot about until I saw this cart. Isn't it always fascinating to see what people are paying for this stuff? Oh, wow. Never thought I'd live to see the day Golden Nugget goes for $50 shipped. Oh my goodness. I think my copy's actually sealed. I think I got my sealed copy for like $10. Oh wow, we are so close to the goal. 144 likes. I just checked for the first time in a long time. Thank you to everybody that liked the stream tonight. I really appreciate it. I think it's been a very long time since... This might be one of the first eBay streams that hit 150 likes while I'm live. And it helps. It really helps. So thank you to everybody that always took the time to like the streams. YouTube has definitely been pushing my streams as of late. So thank you to those of you that just either watch, chat, like, whatever. It all helps. Yeah, YouTube likes me. Maybe they'll email me and ask me to become a partner. Imagine that, like back in the day. Wait a minute, hold on. People are paying $230 just for the cart of Soul Chorobo? Oh my god. I don't even want to imagine what the complete one goes for. So the soundtrack people want 125. Where's the collector's edition? I used to have the Japanese collector's edition for this too. I think I sold that years ago. $375. That makes... Wow. So people pay $230 for the cart, but then complete they pay... Well, I think that one for $275 was just a crazy deal. $350, $300. That's a weird discrepancy. I feel like if you're spending $230 on the cart, you might as well almost just emulate the darn thing or just spend a little bit more and get it fully complete in box. I don't know. Yeah, this is what I used to have. I used to have this, the Japanese edition. Don't ask me why. It was super cheap. I think I just bought it on like PlayAsia or something while it was on clearance. I was a pretty big fan of Soul Chorobo back in the day. Yeah, I remember when I went to Japan, the game had just come out not that long ago, and they actually had merch for it. I picked up like a keychain and a folder file or something. I just thought it was cool to find Soul Chorobo merch. Do I still go for walks? So since I joined the gym, I try and get my cardio in at the gym, typically. On my off days from the gym is when I will walk outside. And by off day, I mean it's 1 day a week right now. Other than that, I walk and do cardio in the gym. Aim for at least 7,000 steps a day. I would let it starve to death, Tarot Destroyer. Yeah, one of the main reasons is it is pretty freaking cold out right now as well. I applied once and got on the homepage once, rapid fire, that's it. I have missed no gym days so far. I've been going for 2 weeks. The gym schedule right now, it's pretty much upper body, lower body, and then an off day, but that off day is about an hour of cardio, and then upper body, lower body, cardio, and then a full rest day. And by full rest, I mean going for a walk outside. No trainer. You're not actually allowed to have trainers in Planet Fitness. Yeah, you won't see anything on me probably for a month. Yeah, you won't notice anything for a bit. Probably 3 months. Because, you know, I did, like, no exercise at all. So you gotta start slow and reserved. This person is still spamming in my chat. You guys can't see it, but I can. It's very annoying. If I miss your messages in YouTube, it's because I'm seeing these freaking spam messages. Yes, I am eating enough. I'm literally drinking a protein shake right now. I try and aim for 150 grams of protein a day. No, that's just some other spam account. But not just supplement protein, like I make sure I get like actual meat lean protein. My breakfast now consists of a cup of egg whites and a bunch of vegetable stuff. And then lunch will be a protein meal with either like chicken or salmon or something. But I've been eating that for months now, like 7 months. So that's no big, you know, that's just normal. Usually anywhere between 300 and 500 calorie meal. And then the snacks are cottage cheese or Greek yogurt. And then, you know, a dinner. But usually my lunch will be something a little lighter. And then I try and drink a protein shake while I'm streaming. If I have a protein deficit to make up. Yeah, in my Discord I have a health and fitness channel in there now. We called it Pete's Gain Room. Gain. I came up with that one. I'm taking credit for it. And I promised I'd give someone in there some recommendations right as I started streaming. So I gotta remember to do that tonight. $900 for Mortal Kombat 3 jewel case. This is probably the one we saw last week. Fiber intake. That's probably fine. The only thing now is I find it... I used to eat oatmeal every morning. Which is... You know, I can't do that anymore now that I'm eating all those egg whites. Yeah, this is the same... Or is it? Yeah, it is, because the manual is a little beat up. Crazy. People paying $900 for this. This is the rarest PS1 game, though. Not including Elemental Gearbolt, the like collector's case. This is the single rarest PS1 game in my opinion. The only thing that would like maybe tie it or come close are some of the greatest hits variants, like NFL Blitz or Toy Story. If you're not including, there are more rare Japanese games for sure. Probably are on par with it. If we're talking North American library, The only other thing that may come close to this is Starblade Alpha, but I think that's a little more common than this. This is something that only pops up once every couple or few months. Starblade Alpha, I feel like, is a little more frequent than that. The jewel case variant of Mortal Kombat 3 is that rare, yes. Do I collect for all retro systems or just a few? I mean, nothing's off the table for me, but I definitely only focus on the ones that I enjoy. Yeah, I don't enjoy stuff like the Atari 2600 anymore, so I don't collect for it. Do I have 2600 games? Yes, because back in the day I did collect for it because it was dirt cheap and I was kind of exploring what I was and wasn't into. Actually, I'd probably still be very much into the 2600 if I had a nice convenient way to play it. But my 2600 is, it's broken. And I never got a replacement for it, so I guess that doesn't help. What particular game am I looking for? Oh, nothing right now. We're just kind of looking through what people have bought. Staying up to date on the current prices of games. Tronbon is not even that rare. It's just sought after. There's just not enough copies to meet the demand. But yeah, Tronbon is rare, but it ain't this rare. This is a whole nother level of rare. Yeah, to answer your question, 30, the best way to start incorporating more protein, just go for the egg whites. You know, you can mix egg whites with eggs. You just got to get into a habit of introducing a cup or a cup and a half of egg whites into your breakfast. Make a scramble, make an omelet, just toss in like whatever vegetables and stuff you like. I put in mushroom. I have a rainbow of peppers, so like red, yellow, green, orange peppers. Cut one up at a time. I put in chopped tomato, spinach, and pepper, and that's it. And then after that, the next easiest thing to incorporate, cottage cheese and Greek yogurt. If you don't like the bitterness of either, like the Greek yogurt, just put in like pineapple. After you incorporate that, of course grilled chicken, I mean that's an easy one, but after you're incorporating at least 2 of those into your diet, then I'd say doing like the protein powders and stuff would be acceptable, but you can't just do the powders. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I am committed to things like this. When I put my mind to something, I'm not going to give up on it. Unless it's like a 100-hour long RPG, then we're giving up on it. But when it comes to life choices, that's different. Pete's Dining Room. Yeah, I'll rename the channel that eventually. Not me personally, Jason, no. Maybe it's the one I'm using, or maybe because I don't use as much as some other people. The music. These are just lo-fi playlists on YouTube. Lo-fi playlists tend to be less egregious when it comes to copyright strikes. Plus, they're nice and refreshing. Like, some of the remixes are pretty nice. I always wanted this game. Can't remember if I ever got a chance to pick this up. There's a Saturn version of this too. The cover just looks so ridiculous. Let's just hope that I picked it up. I can't remember. I used to pick up so many import PS1 games because they were just dirt cheap. Walking for 4 hours can be pretty intense if you're not used to it. Especially if you have like a knee problem. Could be your shoe too. There's many things that can go into your leg feeling pressure afterwards that long. Not stretching beforehand. Monk fruit is a sugar alternative. Yes, I specifically look for things that use monk fruit instead of sucralose. Sucralose can mess your stomach up. Monk fruit is more natural. I am pretty certain that it was Japan only. I'm trying to remember the versions it got. I just remember contemplating getting it. I just don't remember if I ever did. What is this? Sea of Thieves Sales of Sharing, $150. What? A digital ship? On the diet for the gym, there probably won't be many cheat meals. I don't need them because I enjoy what I eat already. Variety is most important. As long as you have variety, you'll be fine. Honestly, these damn protein shakes are sweet enough as it is. It's practically... The freaking flavor I have tastes like I'm drinking melted vanilla ice cream. Can't believe we finally got this game. But by the time they brought it out, I stopped caring. I didn't even pick it up. This was locked as a Wii PAL exclusive for so long with this another code Argum. This is the sequel to Trace Memory on the DS for those unaware. By the time they finally brought it out, I honestly just didn't care anymore. Trace Memory is a great game though. Yeah, the cover's terrible. How far would $100 take you if you used games back in the day? Very far. You can get a killer lot on eBay, or you can buy a heavy hitter like Panzer Dragoon Saga for $100. My first copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga I literally bought on digital press for $120 complete. That's how crazy it was back then. And that was known as one of the most expensive games at the time. Earthbound back in the day, in 2004-ish, 2005, the cart was about $100. How do I know this? Because a friend of mine found it in a local thrift store for a few bucks, and I remember being very envious because I thought to myself, wow, that's a $100 cart. Earthbound was always expensive. That game was always desirable. Do I have a copy of Glover? Yep, I still have my childhood copy on the 64. Yeah, I remember hearing other people talk about Earthbound, like the big boxes, all sealed in like the bins and stuff. But once people started, because that was back before people even knew what collecting was with games, right? But like once people started to figure out that, hey, some games are harder to find than others, Earthbound was one of the first ones affected. I used to like Glover. I'm not sure it's the easiest game to come back to now, but I used to really like that game as a kid. It was very unique for a 3D platformer. Wow. Silent Hill 4 went from being about 120, 150 to now it's going for 230. A lot of Silent Hill hype these days with the new movie coming out, Silent Hill 2 remake, Silent Hill F. But you know what the best part about Silent Hill? Most people that would want those games already have them. Right? Isn't that like most of you, you already have all your Silent Hill games, right? It's the people that are kind of like coming back into retro games that are like, oh man, I remember the days when I used to play Silent Hill on my PlayStation. Those are the people that are buying these copies now. Hello, Gamer for Life. Happy New Year. We send, oh wow. Your Goodwill sends all their games to the online store now? Wow. That's unfortunate. So many new collectors want them, exactly. Yeah. Essentially, if you've been collecting games for a while now, you probably have the Silent Hill games already, hopefully. Are there any old price guides out there? The digital press guides. I still have them. I should do a video on them sometime. They were the Bible. I talked about them last stream. They were like the Bible for retro games back then. I used to study those price guides. And they're huge. I mean, they are... Do I have it within... Ah, man, I don't know. They're not over there. They're, like this thick. Extremely outdated at this point, but for the time, they were a good collective of what your games were valued at and what the rarity was. There's one of them. So this was they had two versions. This was for more modern consoles, and then there was a red cover one, which was more for like Atari 2600, ColecoVision, that kind of stuff. This was the one that I mainly had my face stuffed in. Covered everything, as you can see, 32X, 3DS, CD32, CDI, CDTV, like, this was digital press back in the day. Imagine knowing about stuff like CDTV, CD32, laser active back in the early 2000s, like the new on. If you had one of these, you knew what was up. They don't show anything else. Yep, this was where it was at. Sold for 25, 35. Here's the full collection here. Here's the older one. As you can see, it starts with Adventure Vision up to Vectrix. And these they would sell out. It would take forever for them to restock. Look at that. That's how you know it's old school. They would just bind the freaking pages on some of these older ones. Trying to see if one of them like shows the inside. There we go. Thank you. Here's what it looked like. So this, if you wanted to find out how rare your game was and how expensive it was, here you go. So it would tell you the name of the game. You can use a little checklist. Tell you the developer, how much the game was worth, and I believe that is based on complete in box price, and then R3. So it would rate it on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being the rarest, 1 being the most common. Pretty interesting stuff. El Viento R2. Not everything is completely accurate in this book, let me tell you that. Dynamite Heady valued at $12, $20. So R0, R6 means they couldn't come to a consensus on price or rarity. And they came to these rarities through community consensus. So multiple big collectors would converse and like rate the rarity of a game, because this was also tied to their website. Their website would allow you to like vote on the rarity of a game, if I remember right. So they essentially took like the community consensus on rarity ratings and price rating, and they would put it into book form. It was fairly accurate for the time. Yeah, I mean, there's some things you look back on and you're like, oh, there's no way that that was like that common. There's no way. But it was, yeah, it was a compendium. I'll do a video on them sometime. We'll take a deep dive into it. I think it would be really fun. Look back on what games were supposedly worth and the rarity of them back then. Have a good night, Worgley. No pictures. Nope, no pictures. Not enough room. It's a giant textbook of nothing but text, pretty much. Yeah, no pictures. Just text. Oh, and thank you, by the way. I just noticed someone alerted me earlier. 174 likes. Appreciate it very, very much. 200 is doable, but, you know, we won't push the limits. Maybe next time. Can't you work on a similar updated guide? Yeah. That's kind of hard for one person. It would have to be a community effort, but I don't even think something like that is super necessary these days, because we have stuff like price charting, we have stuff like eBay where we can check ourselves. I mean, we had eBay back then too, but now there's just like so much more data. Price charting essentially is like a decent way of seeing how rare a game can be depending on how much it comes up for sale. Could you make a book like that? Yeah. Is it worth the effort though? Oh man, I don't know about that. Do you think people would really buy a book like that now with no images, or like, yeah, it's maybe for individual consoles people do that, but like for every console, that's pretty ambitious. Yeah, there was a StarCraft 64. Never played it. Can't imagine playing an RTS on N64 would be easy. Okay. What are we on? Rare, lot. Oh, that's right. We still got to do. No, I did lot, rare. I searched PS4, right? Did I ever do the PS4 search? I did. CIB. I've never watched their content. couldn't tell you, Bunny. Or Sunny, sorry. What do I listen to while at the gym? Very hype gaming music. Typically a lot of Sega Genesis music. I would play it for you here, but I like the idea that the stream won't have any copyright issues. But a lot of shoot 'em up music, a lot of Genesis, a lot of RPG battle music. I really like certain Pokemon battle themes as well, especially if you're going for like a hard set. You know, like Cynthia's theme kicks in. The seal is broken from Blue Dragon, you know, when you're going for that 12th rep. If you know that song, you know. No, right now I'm just doing video game music. I don't feel like having to put in the work to make a power metal playlist right now. I'm still pretty bitter that I lost my old Spotify freaking power metal playlist. Hundreds of songs handpicked. What I used to do is I'd go on Spotify and I'd just like randomly pick power metal bands. And I would just listen to like their top few songs that were on there. And then I would just look at what's recommended, do the same thing over and over, and I found so many awesome bands. So I made this huge curated playlist of hundreds of songs from all different bands. And then I don't know whatever happened. Like I don't remember what email that Spotify account was tied to. I don't know what happened. I just could never find that playlist ever again. I think there was like a dozen people that were friends with me on that that account. So if any of you out there are friends with me on my old Spotify account that had that power metal playlist, please let me know. Rhapsody was definitely in there. But like I already knew Rhapsody. So this playlist was a lot of newer stuff for me. I got into Rhapsody back in high school. That was like one of my main introductions to power metal. First introduction was Blind Guardian, and then like the next freaking thing was Rhapsody. And then Sonata Arctica. I did Dragon Force too. Dragon Force was good. But after a while, a lot of their songs started sounding very similar. Like, I feel like once you listen to a few Dragon Force songs, you've heard them all. So I listened to them, but not as much as other bands. Corpiclani or whatever they were called. Yeah, I used to listen to them in high school too. I had a couple of CDs burnt from them. A lot of these bands I don't even listen to anymore. But you know, the burnt CDRs, I still got mine. I had such an eclectic taste in music though, back then. Like one day I'd be listening to like Saves the Day, and then the next day I'd be listening to Blind Guardian or Slipknot or something. Eventually I like just moved straight into all power metal. But quite the mix. Anything from the emo pop bands to the heaviest of metal bands. Camelot, Labyrinth, Dream Evil, Edguy, yeah, they were all on my playlist. Emo pop. Oh yeah, back in high school for sure. The emo pop punk bands. Not all of them though. I didn't get into all of them. Ever listen to Dream Theater? I used to be pretty obsessed with Dream Theater. I had all their CDs. I don't listen to them anymore, I'm going to be honest. I haven't listened to them in a long time. I still like them, but like, I don't know, I just haven't listened to them. But I used to be so into Dream Theater, I'd literally go to their official forum and like read deep analysis posts on like what each song meant and like all the lyrics, and like I was very into it. Mindless self-indulgence. Yeah, what a band that turned out to be, huh? The crazy thing is, that was the first live concert I ever went to see. But not, like, on my own volition. I was in a friend group in high school, and, like, a couple of the friends wanted to go see it, so I just, like, tagged along. That was an experience, I'll tell you that much. I don't really know what I thought of it. It was something. And if you know the history with that lead singer guy, pretty crazy stuff. After, you know, this was way later, but it's kind of crazy to think back on it. It's been so long, Termo. Like, I haven't listened to them in probably, like... I used to listen to them all the time while I played Final Fantasy XI. That was, like, the soundtrack of Final Fantasy XI for me. Dream Theater was playing all the time. But I have a very difficult time recalling all the names of the songs. That was Otogi, yes. Otogi's gotten a little pricey these days. Metallica. I was into Metallica. I mean, I still am, but I used to listen to it in high school. I actually really like this. You know, the Saint Anger album came out at the right time for me. I actually really like that album. And I listened to it again, you know, a year or two ago, and I'm like, damn, this is actually very unique sounding. So I guess if I'm a fan of that album, I gotta be a fan of Metallica at that point, right? Because that's like one of their most hated albums. I was very in the Korn and Slipknot. Were probably like my two main bands that I loved in high school. But for me, Slipknot was like this crazy out-of-body experience. I've told this story a couple of times. I had never really listened to heavy metal before. And I just remember I was on a field trip or something when their first album came out in, what, 99? Was it? It was like 1999, right? But I was on a field trip, and we went to a mall or something with the school, and I ended up in like a record store or whatever the heck. It was probably like some kind of FYE looking place. And their first album was on the new release rack. And I'm like, whoa, this looks like a freaking horror movie. You know, I've always loved horror movies, but I looked at that album and I was like, this looks insane. I didn't know what kind of music it was. I had no idea. I literally bought the album because of the cover. And then I had my knockoff Temu Walkman. Definitely wasn't a Sony Walkman. Listened to that shit on the ride back on the bus. Wow. From there, my life had changed in terms of music tastes, let me tell you. Imagine going from never listening to heavy metal to listening to that as your first album. Yeah, we pretty much gave up all other genres after that. Yeah, that album is still... I know Slipknot gets a bad rap now, but man, that band is crazy. Nothing else sounds like Slipknot. To this day, they are just like so distinct. I listened to them up through their third album, which was, you know, self-titled Iowa, and then what, Subliminal Verses. So I listened through Subliminal Verses. I don't remember what the fourth album was. I don't think I pretty much gave up there. You know, music taste change, whatever, in and out. But I stopped listening to them after the third album, I believe. I go back and listen to some of those Slipknot songs, and I'm like, man, these lyrics are pretty crazy. It's probably a good thing that, you know, Walkmans existed at the time, because if people heard you listening to these songs, I can't even say some of these lyrics on the stream, otherwise I'll get flagged. I haven't heard of that Devolt, no. I remember getting E3s on DVD. I don't remember that, honestly. I don't remember that. Oh yeah, I remember those. I forgot all about those. I remember a couple of years ago, someone had me search for those on eBay. Melodic death metal. What was that one band I burnt a CD of? Winter Sun? Sound familiar? I don't think I listened to too much melodic death metal. I prefer to hear the lyrics. Death metal for me was always kind of like... It was rough. I like to be able to understand what's being sung. I don't remember getting into Behemoth, no. Winter Sun? Am I just like making this band up? Hold on, I gotta check this. No, there's a band called Winter Sun. They are a melodic death metal, symphonic metal, power metal band that started in 2003 from Finland. All the good music comes from Finland. Yeah, I remember burning a CD from them. But yeah, in the last 10 years, I've pretty much slowed down on music discovery. I used to be really into it, but just haven't had the motivation anymore since losing that Spotify playlist. This is a PS3 exclusive, by the way. Probably not very good, but it is a true exclusive. Legend of Troy. Move over, Rise. It was you? Yeah, I remember, yeah, you bought that, didn't you? Yeah, I remember that. Who knows? I might get back into it more. I just never had a reason to listen to like normal music anymore. Because when I'm not gonna listen to it on stream. I can't really. When am I gonna listen to it? When I went on my walks, I'd listen to like either no music or more like calm, relaxing, kind of like, you know, whatever. I'm not gonna be listening to metal as I'm walking. But the gym could change that. Maybe I get back into it because of that. I just never found myself in many situations where I'd be sitting there just listening to music anymore. So, we'll see. I have not dabbled with AI music, no. Sure, it's pretty prevalent on YouTube, though. Nah, I never listened to My Chemical Romance. Whatever I heard from them was just from them being played on TRL on MTV. Over and over, that's about it. RIP MTV, by the way. I used to... You gotta let me know if any of you used to do this. I used to take a tape recorder. This is going super old school. I would take a tape recorder and record music off of TRL. So I'd sit there and wait for like my favorite songs to come on. And I would record it off of TRL. Total Request Live. So that I can get like free music recordings. Of course, it would only be like a minute if you were lucky. Landfear. No, I haven't heard of them. Are they more recent? Do you remember what song, bands, or artists doing that for? I'm gonna be honest. The only one that comes to mind... I did it for a lot of them, but the only one that I can remember for some reason... I think it was a song... Correct me if I'm wrong. It was during my Eminem phase. Was there a collab song between Eminem and Dr. Dre? I don't know why that's the only one I can remember recording. A lot of them. Forgot about Dre. Maybe. It was on TRL at the time. That's all I remember. Yeah, it was probably that one. Yeah, that sounds very familiar. I was into Slim Shady. Yeah, before high school, I got into Slim Shady Eminem with the first album. Pretty crazy shit to be listening to at the time, I'm not gonna lie. I listened... Not that long ago, I went back and listened to some of those earlier songs, and I was like, man, it's a really good thing I didn't understand the lyrics in this at the time. This is crazy. And that was it. That's pretty much the closest I ever, came to listening to rap. That was it. Just Eminem, that was it. I don't think I got into anything else. I don't listen to his new albums. No. Pretty much once I discovered metal, it was over. No more Eminem. Unfortunately, a lot of you are asking me bands that I have no idea about. What about rock? Rock's fun. Honestly, these days while I'm driving in my car, I prefer to listen to like 80s rock. Or 90s. There's something about 80s rock that just hits a little different while you're driving, you know? Honestly, I'm old school. I just put on the radio. Just put on the 80s station. It's good enough for me. No hooking up phones, none of that business. No, there were a lot of bands I never even probably listened to a single song from that were pretty popular. What trend are we seeing tonight? The absolute collapse of certain Xbox 360 games. So many games that were pricey a couple years ago, much cheaper now. No, you gotta take stuff like Sonic R music in moderation. Right, because I've already listened to it for hundreds of hours. You gotta leave something special to look forward to when you play the game. If you listen to music like that outside of playing the game, you can get outplayed. Right, like overplayed. Sirius XM, hell no. Let's do the good old FM radio. That's all you need. I'm going for a long drive, then yeah, I'll play something off my phone. Is there a good amount of gamers in my school growing up? I mean, everybody I hung out with played games for sure. I'd say there's probably a good like 15 of us. 20. Yeah, I mean, it was the type of group that would put Smash Brothers on a projector in like the auditorium. That was cool when they gave us permission to do that. Harder to do than you'd imagine back then. They gave us the whole auditorium, yep. Yeah, we were pretty lucky. You know, like the auditorium where like the main auditorium with the stadium seating with the stage, like where theater would happen. Yeah, they literally gave us that with a projector to play Smash Brothers. Still not even sure how we pulled it off. There was no special occasion. It was just like, yeah, you can do it. Just play Smash Brothers after school. It's crazy. Final Fantasy X is about $15 to $20. But yes, the days of the PS2 version being $5 are definitely over. Picking the PS3 when all your friends went 360 was definitely hard because Xbox Live. Like everybody, if you were using Xbox Live, there was like everybody just used Xbox Live. So if you picked the PS3, man, that must have been rough, getting excluded. Ten and 10-2, Final Fantasy X, just the Black Label version. Yeah, I mean regular price for that. $20 is not surprising if it sells for 20. That's pretty much like the average, like, good condition going rate for that game right now. 10-2, I think, is about the same, slightly less. Probably more like 10 to 15 for 10-2. But yes, they are no longer considered bargain bin worthless like they used to be. In terms of, like, so many were printed, so they were very cheap. Yeah, the problem was everybody went with Xbox Live back then, though. I don't remember ever gathering with friends to play on PS3. It was always 360. Yeah, we got Chemcode. Have a good night, Vinyl. Claire Obscure, Doki Doki, and Alice Gear Aegis. I don't know what that Alice Gear Aegis goes for. Seems like an okay lot. $10 shipping though. Ugh. Would I rate the RPG library on 3DS? Well, I obviously haven't played all of them. But it's pretty solid. Good variety of different types of RPGs. There's a lot of them on there, so just for that alone, I'd probably give it like an 8 out of 10. Post office is always raising prices. Gradually. Yeah, we're definitely not getting Final Fantasy 11. I think it's got to live on through the private servers. Am I glad the next gen got delayed? It still feels way too soon to be thinking about stuff like the PS6. Let me be honest. I feel like we still haven't even seen the full potential of the PS5 yet. When the DS came out, you were blown away you had an N64 in your hands. I felt the same way. Playing Mario 64 in the palm of your hands was like incredible at the time. Those early 3D engine DS games were the best. Those ones that were like literally a 3D game in your hands, like Mario 64. I never really played the original Crystal Chronicles. I played the DS Crystal Chronicles games, which my memory on those is so vague right now. I played, and some of them I played quite a bit, but I mixed the two of them up, and I played them online and everything. I think it was like a love-hate kind of thing where I wanted to like them more, but I just had trouble getting into them. The novelty and the concept of it was cool, so I kept playing it, but I just struggled to really get into it. Oh my goodness, how many listings of Paper Mario are we gonna see here? Anthem going offline in 1 day, by the way, 1 day. The 12th is the final day you can ever play Anthem. I played it around when it came out. I remember almost nothing. And I guess that's how it's going to have to stay. If I would have known that they were taking it offline like maybe 2 months in advance and cared enough, but I would have been so busy around that time anyway. But like, you need more than a week to play a game like Anthem. Because it's so grindy. And if I didn't like it initially when I played it, I'm not sure much would change now. Babylon's Fall is the only one that that one still hurts. Because damn, that game had potential. I really missed that game. I'd still play it. I'd boot up Babylon's Fall tomorrow if I still could. But you can't. No, it's online only. Once they take it offline, it's done. I used to have an Apple Tail, but I couldn't get it to run with my boot disk that I would use to play imports on Dreamcast. I guess the boot disk I was using, it worked for certain games, but not others. I couldn't get this to work, so I sold it. One of the few 3D platformers on Dreamcast. Such a weird name. Nappletail. Yeah, I'm sure it's great. It looked like something I would have loved, but at the time, resources were pretty limited when I was trying to play that for, like, playing imports on Dreamcast. I'm sure it's not the same as what people have now. Back then, I had to, like, use a burnt disk to boot up imports. And that one was known for not working. It was hard to get it to work. I'm sure now it's probably super easy. Yeah, the English patch. Stuff like that didn't exist back then. I'd probably still do the Japanese version. What's a complete in-box Crusader Senti going for nowadays? Depending on condition, it's usually around like 1,600 to like 2,000 plus. Really depends on the condition. Lineage of the Blood Pledge. What a name for a game. Also, what a cover. Look at that logo design. Huh. Nappy Tails. Sounds like a hair salon name, yeah. Honestly, when I see Nappletail, I do sometimes think of hair. It is only cardboard box for Crusader Ascenti. It's a pretty nice custom box. Creative. I like those custom boxes. I feel like once you go down that route, though, it's like you gotta just keep going down that route. Keep your collection uniform. But it must be cool if you can accept the fact that your collection is gonna look like that for PS1. It lets you buy disc only, and man, you'd save so much money. As long as you're okay with having like handmade boxes like that, it probably looks kind of cool. Pragmata. I still gotta... I'll try the demo. I mean, it looks neat. I just don't know how the whole, like, every time you want to, like, attack an enemy, you gotta solve a puzzle would feel to me. It's either gonna be really cumbersome and tiring, or a really cool gimmick. Man, it would have been so cool to play RPG Maker on the 3DS. With that touchscreen and everything. Downloading and sharing online. Gosh. I wish. Yeah, I wish I was into this back then. Buying and selling games on Whatnot. I don't do it. I don't get involved in that stuff. Buying or selling on that platform. It's just a whole... I'm not a fan of Whatnot's track record. And I just don't like the whole... Like, I'm just not a fan of that style of buying and selling. When you join a Whatnot stream, like... The sellers know when you join, right? So let's just say, for example, that you went to someone's Whatnot stream and one time you had fun. You spent $100 buying games. They can see when you join the stream. It tells them like, oh, so-and-so joined the stream. So like if they know that you've bought before and they see you come back, they will more pressure you into buying more stuff. They're like, oh, so-and-so's back. Like it's just it's too... I just don't like it at all. Right? Like, why would you go on... Yeah, you can get some deals on Whatnot, but you also get ripped off on Whatnot. Just relax and buy the stuff you want on eBay. It's like peer pressure of the platform. And I follow the Whatnot drama. I know what goes on that site. I'm not interested in it. Also, like, Whatnot, for people that, like, are unsure if they have gambling tendencies, you should stay far away from that platform. Because it's just way too easy for somebody to spend more than they want to on whatnot. You got to be very careful with that site. Essentially what happens is they put things up for sale and you literally have about 5 to 10 seconds to decide if you want to buy it or not. So they barely give you any time to even research what something is worth. So if they put something up there for $30 and they make you believe it's actually worth $30, you might actually buy it because you just simply don't have time to research it. So unless you know your price is like down pat, you can get ripped off big time. Yeah, the card stuff is cool for some people. Like, not everybody on there is a scummy seller. I'm sure there's some good ones. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's crazy to have someone like pay somebody money to open cards for you, but I understand the communal aspect behind it because that's how I got into MetaZoo originally. That's how my card game channel even started. Was I went to it was not on Whatnot, it was on YouTube. One of the biggest YouTube MetaZoo streamers at the time was like doing the thing where like, oh, open the packs and pay to open packs or whatever. And there was like 100 people in there. And I remember paying like $10 to open up a MetaZoo first edition, or not first edition, but like base set pack. And he mistakenly opened up a first edition anyway, which was worth like 20. So he gave it to me for free. But I just remember like it is a cool feeling to have a pack opened in a community setting. So I understand why people do the card opening stuff. Because not everybody makes YouTube videos, right? Not everybody streams their own. Like, I do streams if I open packs. I stream it and others can watch me open my own cards. That to me is fun. But not everybody does that kind of stuff. So for some people, it can be really exciting to actually have like the feeling of others watching you open your cards. And in order to do that, you have to have somebody else do it for you. Now you could be like, oh, start your own YouTube channel. Yeah, but for most people, they're going to have one person, 0 people watching. Right, so there's a difference between being in a room with 100 plus 20 people, 10 people, whatever it is. So you get this like communal aspect. And for some people, that's worth the money they spend to have someone else open the cards for them. Because when he opened that pack of MetaZoo for me, I got like a really cool like fire dragon card thing or something, right? And everybody was like flipping out over it. I'm like, oh, cool. I don't know what I just got, but everybody else is really excited. So I understand that side of things. I did play Mod Nation Racers. I did not like it. I thought the character art was hideous. They look like Funko Pops. I could not get into Mod Nation Racers. Really glad it died. I didn't want that becoming the face of PlayStation. Really cool lot here. Priced accordingly, of course. You know, it's crazy. It is about $800 worth of games. Because, oh wait, hold on. A lot of them missing manuals. Well, depending on what ones are missing manuals, maybe not. Because this rad game apparently has gone up big time recently. The last one I scrolled by, the person wanted like $250, $300 for it. That was just listed. But they know what they got. What they pretty much did for this lot is they took the individual price of what every game is worth and added it up. And then maybe even applied a little bit of like extra to it. You're getting no deal here. When you do a lot like this, you got to do like a percentage discount. Right? Maybe these games are worth $800, $900 if you buy them all individually, but at that point you got to be selling this for $600, $700. You got to give people a reason to want to buy the lot to save money. It's pretty rare to see that sticker variant with that like font for Hollywood Video. Ooh, it's got the triple whammy on here. Man, if this was a better Game Boy, that would be so cool. So this thing has traveled from Movie Gallery. No, hold on. It went from Hollywood Video to Movie Gallery to Savers, which is a thrift store. So it started as a $14.99 used game. Does that say $1? Oh my! Wait, is that S1 or $1? No, that's S1. That's S1. But then it ended up in a movie rental store. Movie Gallery is Hollywood Video, think? Is it really though? I've never heard that before. Maybe it's possible. Maybe in like other areas. Because this is the same shape as a Hollywood Video sticker is what throws me off. But I just love that it traveled from there to a Savers to get another $3.99 price sticker. Yeah, one more price sticker would have been perfect. Wouldn't it be the other way since the sticker's on top? Oh yeah, actually you're right, you're right. Movie Gallery bought Hollywood Video in 2005. Okay, wow, so that's an interesting one. So it actually started in the original Hollywood Video. And then they probably didn't update their sticker system yet and then put the actual Hollywood Video sticker on it. I love stuff like that. I really think as time goes on, more and more people are going to appreciate rental stickers and stickers like that. Just to see, like, the history of the game. Having the original dates on there when they were for sale used in, like, the bargain bin. That's why I always kind of liked the yellow GameStop stickers that everybody always hated, because they have the original date that it went for sale at the store, which is kind of cool to look back on. And then, of course, the prices are, like, ridiculous. Right, like, I'm looking at... I got some on my shelf right here I'm just looking at with the original price stickers on them. The prices you used to be able to get some of those games for dollars. Not only that, but it acts as like an unofficial verification process for the game, in my opinion, especially for stuff like N64, ones that are highly faked. If you have a rental sticker on your cart, I feel like that almost is like a verifiable way to be like, okay, this is real. Wow, what an ugly cover. US cover is so much cooler. I was curious about this one. I remember this was on my list of things to pick up for like PS2 imports. I don't remember why though. Looks crazy. I think it's a fighting game actually. Yeah, this is a fighting game. The centerfold out of the manual, it looks like. Imagine your PS2 manual coming with a centerfold. Only in Japan. It's a good game, by the way. I mean, by good, I mean better than you would think it is for Malice. I had a lot of fun with this because it was one of those games where I was like doing a ton of glitch hunting and finding so many fun out of bounds and fun weird tricks in this game. But if you're a fan of PS2 era 3D platformers, you should definitely try this game. You'll have way more fun with it than you probably would expect. Just one of those goofy, fun era 3D platformers that everybody forgets about. Don't believe the old reviews. Like, for their time, they got to consider, like, okay, you're paying full price for this. Yeah, you'd probably be disappointed compared to other, more optimal 3D platformers. But if you're buying this now for $10, you'll have a lot of fun with Malice. PS2 is aged like wine. Well, a lot of the genres that we used to like tended to start fading away around this time. I think the thing that makes PS2 not so much genres, but there's a certain simplicity that came with the PS2 that once we went to PS3 and the hardware and the technology started getting more advanced, games had to evolve in meaningful ways. And like I think the leap from PS2 to PS3 was one of the most drastic. So I think that's why there's such a nostalgia for PS2 because this was a time where games were still very simple for all the genres. Everything was just so straightforward. No bells and whistles, no crazy gimmicks. Even if the games had online, the online modes were super simple. They were more like additions to the game and not the main focus most of the time. Well, a lot of PS2 games, I'm not just talking visual difference here. So like a lot of PS1 games gameplay wise feel very similar to PS2, right? Like the gameplay, there was a lot of overlap there. Of course, the graphics improved. But the PS3 is when we started really seeing like PS3 360 is when we started seeing a lot more Ubisoft style open world games. They started coming out with like certain standards that a lot of games felt they had to meet. No longer could you just release a simple 3D platformer without, some kind of open world. No longer could you release a shooting game that didn't have online multiplayer unless you were like taking a huge risk or the campaign had some kind of like crazy production value behind it. So I think that's why a lot of people gravitate towards the PS2. Because everything was just so simple. In like the best form back then. It makes you think of games like Maximo, right? Like such a simple, brutal game. Did you ever see any games like Maximo on PS3 or 360? I mean, honestly, it's kind of hard to find a game to compare to Maximo. That is a tough one. That is a tough one to think of an equivalent. Yeah, 2D, 2.5D was a huge... Yeah, you're right. Yeah, good point. Side-scrolling games were incredibly rare for PS3 and 360. Whereas on PS2, you can still find them. Still had to, you had to look pretty hard, but they were still out there. Look at Klonoa 2. It's funny, though. You look at games like Dynasty Warriors, it's like, yeah, they're still making the same exact game. Didn't they just remake Dynasty Warriors 3 for crying out loud? God, you gotta love Dynasty Warriors. They don't give a crap. They'll release the same game 10 times over. You gotta love the grind. Wow, Manhunt has definitely been increasing in price. $201 likes. We did indeed hit it. That is crazy. Thank you very much, everybody. Certainly a new record, I believe, for a eBay live stream. And it definitely makes a difference. Because we're still sitting at a ton of people in here. Keeps recommending to stream to more people. Time Splitters. Time Splitters was like such a perfect launch game. Xenosaga is definitely not $100 now. Xenosaga is about $20 to $30. Xenosaga 2 is about 50, 60 at the highest. Xenosaga 3 without the lenticular is about 200. With the lenticular, it's practically probably like double at this point. I haven't played too much with the Tasmanian Tiger games. I played like 1 or 2 of them, but I don't think I ever finished them. They seem fun. Yeah, they seem fun. I never really got them when they first came out, so I don't really have much of an attachment to them. I played Dishonored. I probably talked about it on YouTube when it first came out. I didn't like it enough to play any of the other games in the series. It was cool. I'm just not very into stealth games a lot of times. Yeah, the shipping always gets you from Canada. Earth Defense Force was really special for the first game that came out on 360. Because it was like a $20 budget game, so you never really expected much out of it. And then when you played it, you were like, wow, that was a lot of fun. For a budget game you didn't expect much out of. They've kind of run EDF into the ground at this point. I think the meme is kind of like, I don't want to say dead, but who would have ever imagined EDF would still be going all these years later? Earth Defense Force 6 is really good. The last one I tried was like alright. I don't remember what one it was. So I kind of wrote it off. I'm not sure if it was EDF 5 or 6, to be honest. Yeah, Insect Armageddon, I like that one. Even though it felt like it came out way too soon after the first one. Or first 360 version. Some of the best co-op you can play. Maybe that was my problem. I don't think I played them co-op. Because those games can be extremely grindy if you're playing by yourself. I remember they gave me a fly squatter as a promo item for Insect Armageddon at one of the PAX events I went to. Dragon's Dogma. Yeah, I still gotta play the first one. Dark Arisen is what I'm gonna play. PS5 version. Or PS4 and PS5. What game do I always put down after 10 minutes of gameplay? Man, I'm not sure if I've ever abandoned a game that quickly. And implying always means I've given it a second try and put it down after 10 minutes. I'm not sure I've ever had that experience. Maybe the closest thing I can think of is Tetris, because I just don't like Tetris. I don't like it. Doing long play sessions of Tetris is tough for me. Yeah, Luminous all the way. Luminous. Listen, I understand we probably wouldn't have Luminous if we didn't have Tetris, but I don't care. Luminous all the way. Hello, Higa Gaming. Wait, do people really want almost $50 for Okage now? Has the game finally had its moment of recognition? It also could be the fact that the PS5 version doesn't work. Okay, it's definitely gotten way more expensive than it used to be. But there's still oh, water damage. Okay, let's see. $60 for Okage? Oh my god. Alright, well. There's still copies for $30, $35. Someone got it for 15 plus shipping. See, that's what I'm used to seeing it going for like 15 and 20 bucks. Interesting. That seems recent. That's why I was shocked to see that price. The old prices feel more accurate. Like what it's kind of always been going for. Something's going on with Okage right now. It's jumped from 25 to 40... 35. This one here set it off. This one, that 48. Oh wait, that's the one we're looking at. So they sold it and then relisted it. Interesting. Non-paying buyer, maybe. Then this one for 60. What? Like, why would you pay 60 when there are obviously copies that you can get for 25? I guess they really like the condition. The sad part is sales like this can really have a heavy hand in determining the future price of a game. More than you would think. Because every seller that goes to sell Okage is going to look at recently sold. And when they see that one recently sold for 60, do you think they're really going to list it for 25? They may see other copies here for 25, but they may be in it for the long game and be like, you know what? If someone else can get 60 and 50, like, why would I not try and get 50 or 60? So let's price it at 40. And then it just keeps going up from there. That's how it starts. Yeah, so the problem with Okage is it is on PS4 through emulation. But you cannot play that PS4 game on a PS5. It's all glitched out and weird. If you want to see what it looks like, I actually have a video on YouTube. Just search Okage Shadow King with my name, you'll find it. Where it shows the gameplay on a PS5. It is unplayable. Sealed copy. Oh, is that the one that's sold for 60, or are you just saying this is a sealed copy? This is a different one. See, but we talked about this earlier, Astia. Buying this and opening it would feel so terrible, right? I feel like I'd have to leave that for somebody else. Just buy the used copy for 25. I'll link it though. Some people actually like opening sealed copies of games because they know they're getting super mint condition. So yeah, the only way to play Okage is PS2 or PS4. The only official physical way to play it is PS2. I got a link. In order to post this, they won't even let me post this in YouTube chat because the link is too long, which is why I have to link seller stores instead. I love Okage, by the way. If you have not played Okage and you like turn-based RPGs, like, I don't know what you're doing. One of the most unique turn-based games out there. Yeah, I don't buy sealed games of old stuff like that. No, give me used. Give me used for a fraction of the price. It's a good speedrun 230 if you ever want to get back on the speedrunning stuff. I used to speedrun it. My guide and route is like super outdated, but it's a great like under 5 hour speedrun. It has crazy tech where if you run towards the camera, like essentially reverse your camera so that you're running towards the camera, enemies don't spawn. So it's a pretty interesting run. Yeah, it's got some glitches here and there. It's a good speedrun. The only thing I don't like about it is you don't fight like any of the normal cool looking enemies. You just fight these stupid jugs the whole time in the dungeons to level up. That's like the worst part about it. This time has gone on. One of my thoughts on Sonic Unleashed. It's definitely one of the best 3D modern Sonic games out there. The daytime levels hold up so well. They look amazing on Series X. Series X has really revived Unleashed. I'm still not the biggest fan of the Werehog levels, but they're way more tolerable than they were back then. They're just too long. They're really fun, but the length of the levels is too long. And the hub worlds that you go to is like, I could take it or leave it. I don't really like that kind of stuff. I just want to get in and out of the normal platforming levels. The only tester I ever really got into was Unlimited. PS2 version is just an entirely different game. PS2 version of Unleashed is you know, it's a tighter game. There's no more hub overworld that you like move around in. The Werehog levels do feel a little bit better in that version. It's more snappy, it's more fast-paced. It's fun. But I think I just still prefer the 360 version due to the graphics. Dual Hearts and Okage got you back into action turn-based RPGs. Dual Hearts is an interesting one. It's a weird game. Favorite beat 'em up? Well, if we're talking like old school, without a doubt, it's Golden Axe 2. If we're talking like more modern, then it's probably the Bouncer. The Bouncer on PS2, yep. Since that is a very old school coded beat 'em up with super fun physics. I love the physics in that game. And how do I know I love it? Because I did speedruns of it. And in order to... Like, I know I love that game because I'm able to beat it, immediately go back and beat it again. Like, I'm able to beat the Bouncer. Well, let me do some quick math here. Anywhere between 8 to 10 times in one sitting. So you gotta really love a game to do that, right? Yeah, I don't think they fixed Okage. But if you find out, let me know. If you skip all the cutscenes in the Bouncer, you can beat it in like 30 to 45 minutes. If you know what you're doing. The cutscenes are what really make it long. My old game stores did not let me play the games before I bought them, though. Sounds like a nice luxury to have, though. I played Golden Axe 3 a long time ago. I did not like it. That's all I remember. I think the version I played was the one that came on that Sonic's Ultimate Genesis collection. Wasn't it in that compilation? But I think the only reason I didn't like it is because I was comparing it to 2. It's really hard to compare that game to 2. I think if it was called anything other than Golden Axe, I'd probably like it more, I'm going to be honest. I'm just not sure it's worthy of the Golden Axe name. And no, but Golden Axe Beast Rider is one of my most looked forward to games to play. Like, I can't wait to finally play that game. I have a feeling it's going to be really fun. I'm looking forward to it. Alright. Before we get ready to wind down tonight, it has been a bit, so I'm just going to do a quick update on Figgies. I am still affiliated with Figgies. Figured I'd just give a quick update on these. It's been a while since we looked at the site. Plus, there's probably a lot of people on the YouTube side that still are unfamiliar with these. If you want to know more about these, I've done an unboxing video on YouTube showing off a ton of these. Like, it was like a 30-40 minute video, something crazy. It's a video titled like a mystery unboxing 10 years in the making or something like that. And then I also unboxed a bunch of Sonic ones on my Sonic Collectibles channel. Tonight we're just going to look through the website, kind of warm people up to this again. Maybe next time we'll open up a figgy to look at in person here. But essentially they're just a fun little pop collectible. It's just a PVC magnet that attaches to a high quality metal backing plate, and they cover a bunch of different animes and games. I'm super into it, obviously, because they have a bunch of Sonic ones, both modern and classic. But pretty much whatever first 4 figures used to have and still have the rights to, there's a good chance that they have made or will make a figgy to go along with it. Like the Banjo-Kazooie ones here actually have. Maybe this will be the one that we open next time. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. So maybe next time we'll open up the Mumbo Jumbo. And every time you open a figgy, there's a small chance that you pull a chase variant with like a gold, silver, or bronze backing plate. And speaking of Golden Axe, they do have a Golden Axe line. I do have those. Maybe we'll open one of those as well. I think I have to still open the Death Adder. Skies of Arcadia. The modern Sonic ones look super good. Look at the big. The big is so big he's barely fitting on the plate. Let me show you what they look like when you click into it. Oh, I can't click into that one yet. Let's see. You probably got to click. Do Golden Axe. So like they'll show you what it looks like on the back side. So they'll have like universal art like this. I think the Golden Axe one is really cool in the back. And then the front they'll have like unique character art for that character specifically for all of them, no matter what one it is. They retail for $14.99, and the more you buy, the more you save. And then they give me my own code, DORR, D-O-R-R. That is a code you can use at any time on every purchase, so I get a little bit of kickback for it, and then you guys get to save a little bit extra money on top of all the discounts that they give you. Now, of course, not every one of these is going to be for everybody, right? But you just pick and choose what you like. Maybe you really like Persona. They got a ton of Persona ones. They have a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh ones. Somebody made a purchase recently with my code that was like, oh my god, it was like 15 figgies, and I think most of them were Yu-Gi-Oh. There's some big Yu-Gi-Oh collectors out there for this stuff. And then they'll kind of like preview the ones that are coming. Obviously, they got Poppy's Playtime here. I don't know much about Poppy's Playtime. More Street Fighter. Some other ones here I'm not entirely familiar with, I'm going to be honest. At least I'm not recognizing them. And then Metal Gear Solid. They have a lot of Metal Gear Solid ones as well. And the cool thing is there's a lot of series that get attention and merch that typically don't get merch, right? Like Skies of Arcadia. What do you got? You got a statue from first 4 figures, right? Like, so if you're a Skies of Arcadia fan, there's not much you can kind of collect for that series. So it's kind of cool that they brought this out. And there's always that chance that you get the rare chase variants when you get it shipped to you. So yeah, just wanted to kind of do a quick reminder, let the YouTube people know what a figgy is. And next week we'll open one up. Remind me, hopefully I don't forget. That way you can see what the unboxing experience is like, since it's been a little bit since we did that. And I like them because they're just, you can see them on my shelf here. I'll just do a quick... There you go. You can see them right over here. They're small, they fit right on the shelf. I just got a mix of different ones that I've opened up over the months. Castlevania, Skies of Arcadia, Sonic, Street Fighter, Conker's Bad Fur Day, Sonic. I just usually choose a random mix and kind of throw them up there. But they look good on a shelf. And they're small. They don't take up a lot of room. And they got the backing of first 4 figures, and I fully trust those guys to handle a product like this. They're starting to make it in the storefronts too. I think there's a bright future for figgies. But anyway, thank you everybody for a great eBay stream. Some great discussions. Fun time as always. Thank you to all the new followers on YouTube. Just a reminder, I do these every Saturday. Every Saturday I do an eBay stream. And I have started streaming my normal gameplay streams that I do throughout the week on the main channel. So you will see more streams on this channel. But how they work on my main channel is you got to have the notifications on, because when I go off, like when I go online, that's it. It's just like instant. There's no, it's like when I go online, I go online. There's no like waiting screen like a lot of people do with their streams. It'll just pop up, go live. When that stream ends, Other than eBay streams. eBay streams will remain public. Unless there's like tons of copyright problems with it. But my gameplay streams will end and then they will be privated for members. I have to do that because otherwise I'm just not going to get into it. You bleed a ton of people unsubscribe when you publish a live stream every day. But you can watch them on Twitch for free. Problem with the Twitch VOD though is there's a lot of ads unless you're subscribed there. There's nothing I can do about that. But yeah, just a heads up. So if you don't have notifications for this channel, for the main channel, and you want to catch my gameplay live streams, I normally don't tell people to hit the notification bell, right? Very cliche. But in the case of my channel, it makes sense because for the YouTube side, it's going to help you catch the streams for sure. Especially when they're like, you got to be there to catch them live kind of thing, right? There's like, unless you're a member, there's no backup for it other than Twitch. Yeah, and we still love the YouTube guy, the guy that says that old school YouTube sucked. So shout outs to him. It's an interesting discussion. Interesting things to think about. Different perspectives to think about. I hope they come back on a third account. I'd love to continue the conversation in a less combative way. But they probably won't be back. Anyway. Oh, thank you, Socrates. And thank you again for all the likes. Those likes really, they go a long way on YouTube. All the people that have been liking my streams over the past couple months with the eBay streams and stuff, like, it's definitely, it's working, it's magic. For sure. Yeah, shout outs to the crazy guy. Interesting characters out there. Desert guy better find some water. Yeah, hopefully he finds some water. Anyway, next stream will probably be Crackdown 3. I really want to finish that. I've been enjoying the hell out of it. If you missed my last stream of that, be sure to check the next one, because if you have not seen Crackdown 3, if you were like me and you wrote that game off because like everybody told you it was terrible, man, what an amazingly fun. I've been loving that game. Shoutouts for Donkey for letting me know that is my favorite game of all time, because if it wasn't for him, I don't think I'd be playing it. So, yeah, I'll see you guys next stream. Have a good night. Multiplayer for Crackdown 3. It depends if I beat it. It's probably going to take me a whole nother stream to beat it, if I'm being honest. If I beat it early enough, yeah, we can hop on to see if we could do multiplayer. If not, I mean, maybe a third stream. If we can rally the troops, get enough people on, I'd be up for it. Anyway, you guys have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you again as well for all the memberships on YouTube and Twitch subs. See you next stream.